Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, September the 18th. My name is Perry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You guys can hear me, see my screen. You caught me by surprise. All right, guys. Well, listen, I'm not seeing too much happening. Take a look at how many stocks are up 10% for the day. Only four, and only one is down 10% so far. So, not a. In fact, now that number has now dropped to only three over 10%. When things are really happening, this list will be a lot more full in both directions. So not much happening. Market's in for a mildly negative open. Um, but let's take a look at what is happening. Bitcoin is having a bit of a pop. So we see that Riot and Mara are moving higher. Mara, in fact, let's see, the next high looking left for Mara is 1046. So now just talk a little bit about the trade of the week. As if you got the email, you'll see trade of the week again is Groupon. Now, suggested entry is 13, so anybody's guess if it'll get there today or this week, but that is the suggested entry is 13. AVGR, let's take a look at this. Well, first of all, I don't quite understand this SQL. This SQL. If you're, by the way, Arvin, if you're looking for this, I don't really share this, but you can go to our toolbar. You're talking about this specific window here, the one that's called Gap Up. You can find it here. If you go to New and then Doc Channel Bar and go to the pre-market. Okay, go to the pre-market and you'll see these are the alerts. I really don't use this that much. I use the pre-market actives up and down the top list more than I do have this. I have it up and running, gives me a real-time alert, but this is what I really pay attention to. So back to SQL. I'm not sure I quite understand. Announce the date of its cash and stock dividend. Anyway, this is, I mean, it's up a lot. 663,000 shares have traded, 47%. It's one of these, probably one of the lowest floats you're going to see, 186,000. So what's the spread like right now? Actually, it's not even that bad, 1950, 1970 for a stock that is as volatile. But anyway, I don't know how to play this. Have to wait and see how it opens. AVGR, you guys been talking about AVGR. There was some news about it. Yes. Company announcing the commercial launch of its Tiger Eye SD, et cetera, et cetera. So AVGR, another very, very low float, 642,000 in the float. And let's see. Now, CGC Goods, where are you? I think you were the one who spotted, didn't like the way it was trading on Friday, and you thought that a financing was imminent, and you were so right. If that was you, I can't remember if that was you. It's not CGC announces a financing, $50 million. And the marijuana stocks are a little, well, let's take a look at MSOS. Yeah, so down 1.3%, the ETF for cannabis. UPTD, I haven't mentioned this one. I mean, we've seen this one many times over the last couple of weeks. Have to see what happens once that opens. Might give us a bit of a trade, but you got to be careful again. Another very low float, 903,000 in the float. Bitcoin, BITO. Bitcoin's having a bit of a surge this morning, BITO. And that's why Riot and Mara just not seeing too much, guys. Wow, this is really slow. Another Bitcoin play, Hive. Now, ARM. This is definitely getting a little bit weaker here, guys. Now, remember, the IPO price was 51. I noticed that some analysts, Bernstein has put a $48 price target on it. Let's take a look what they're saying. Um, $46 price target on it. Okay, so I don't know if they got so much weight that that's what's causing this to move down, other than just I mean, pure profit taking. And lots of shares available at Interactive Brokers. 1.26 million now available to short at Interactive Brokers for ARM. So I'm assuming most brokerages probably are now going to have shorts available for ARM. Well, let's take a look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning. My guess is that we're not going to see too many of each. Actually, I'm wrong. So what I'm looking for here is, so I'm looking at the upgrades right now. What I'm really looking for though is something that some, analysts has put some kind of a wild price target. And let's just see if anything happens on that in that regard. Pierre, bonjour. And then listen, I saw your comment. We have all sorts of time frames. I see all the comments that come in. We have all sorts of time frames on the charts. We're never going to have a 10-cent chart though. Okay, I'll tell you that. I mean, I mean, you're up against, the high frequency, the HFT gods out there who, I mean, you're never going to be able to compete against them. So anyway, but we do go down to 1 minute. AGNC. Okay, what I really want to do now is just take a look to see if there's any sort of an upgrade that looks crazy, and also a downgrade. I'm gonna type the upgrades in. I'm just not seeing anything that might be okay. Let's take a look at Dash just for fun. Dash, sorry, Mizuho Dash. I wanted to see what Dash is. Dash was downgraded, I think, a bunch of times last week. Mizuho is putting a $105 price target on them. Morning, YouTubers, Bob and Fine Trade, the something. DBX, I should have mentioned DBX. DBX has been downgraded. Dropbox. All right, guys, just a few more to go. It 5%. Like VFC. Oh, that stupid VFC. That's stupid. I shouldn't call it stupid, but let's take a look at VFC. Actually, I'm confusing it. I'm thinking of the VFS. VFC has been downgraded to $20. Let's see where it is right now. See, this is the problem. Some of these downgrades, and you see like from 28 down to 20, but it's already at 17. So All right, guys. Well, a couple of anything. Okay, BRTX has snuck in here. BRTX has kind of snuck in. Excuse me, BRTX. I just can't do. Just cannot get too enthused about these. Though I mean, you look here at 198, and so it's got to get through two. Then you've got 212. Then you got 219. I mean, look, if it really wants to rip, sure, 250 maybe, but I'm just not seeing unless there's. No, here we go. Okay, so a price target of 15 over the next 12 months. Roth Roth MKM. Okay, so they started covering them, I guess, and put a very aggressive price target. But again, before you go rushing in and saying, okay, well, if they say it's going to go to 15 in the next 2 to 3 months, I guess I just put everything I have into this. Of course not. Grüezi from Switzerland. That must be a combination. Grazie. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, I mean, we've had the odd request for a 10-second chart. I know there's some, obviously, there's some programs out there, but I personally would never see the use. Actually, guys, look at this BRTX. It is starting to move. I maybe put a bit of a charge into it for a 10-second chart. So and I used to be a 2-minute chart trader, okay, and then I found over time that for me personally, the 15-minute chart is sufficient. QS. I did see some news on QS. QS, but again, I mean, we're up 1%. I mean, just Evercore initiated coverage with a $10 price target on them. Okay, so that is QS. Okay, so this is not an IPO, guys. Shot I think they changed symbols. They were something else before Shot. They changed symbols on Friday. Not sure what it was. Maybe our news will have it. Shot rebrands. What was it before though? I guess that's the that's right. It was Jupiter Wellness. Was that JUPW? I think it was so before Friday, this stock was JUPW, and then it changed symbol names, is now Shot. Give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, I'll go over the what time is it now? 9:15. Fine trade. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. What is the language called that you can develop a data? So we are not programmable, if that's what you're talking about. Okay, we don't have a program that you can actually. code, etcetera, if that's what you're asking. All right, guys, I'm going to our docked channel bar, new docked channel bar, and then click on show more and then get down to our sector status. Yeah, that golden something or other, GODN. Saw that it's supposed to, I think it's supposed to start, actually, I thought it was going to start trading at 9:10, but I guess not. Okay, guys, so this is what you're seeing here. These are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. When you see 100% in green, that means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. Now, as I said, we're in for basically a neutral open. If you look at tech, 89% are down. Now, remember what that means, though. I mean, a stock could be down like 0.00001% from Friday's close, and it'll be a negative. So it doesn't mean everything is crashing. It's just looking at where are the stocks today, this morning, or as we speak, with relation to Friday's close. Doesn't mean they're all crashing, but now the fact that we had a down day on Friday, I will take a look at some of the major set. I want to keep it, you know, retail, of course, is being hit fairly hard. There's that 200-day moving average, so it is still drifting away. XLP, of course, consumer staples. I bet you this was continuing to drift away from that 200-day moving average. XLP, yeah, I mean, it tried to have a rebound the last few days, but oh, look at financials. XLF, the financials are above the 200-day, but coming down into it. Communications and tech are well above it, but we're getting that sign again. So remember when this was happening on communication and on our tech stocks, and it looked pretty bad for a while. There's a 200-day moving average, and then all of a sudden, from August the 1st, had a nice little run, but we're getting back into that slide again. And communications, I mean, I don't even know why these guys are still up here, why they're not sliding more with all the intrigue about the streaming services, the strikes, the writers and the actors strike, Disney trying to sell ABC. There's all sorts of stuff going on. Goldman Sachs cuts. All right, let's take a look at Tesla. I didn't see that. I didn't see, again, when I look at briefing.com, obviously it doesn't have every single upgrade and downgrade. Tesla stock reverses lower again in wake of Wall Street Journal report of talks to set up a manufacturing facility in Saudi Arabia. All right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Tesla obviously is not affected by the UAW, the United Auto Workers strike. Ross is not using trade ideas. Okay. Fine trade. He's got some, he's not, it might look like it, but he's not using it. We don't have an API. Yeah. We don't have an API that you can use. But virtually everything, anything that he's created can be created just with our normal filters and alerts. You don't have to get any, you don't have to have you don't have to use a programming language to do it. I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. All right, guys. Well, I mean, only 4 four above 10% and only one below 10% in the change from the close. See if I can find anything down here that might be, only up 5%, but maybe a lot of volume. Well, this will be a day almost for sure. I won't do anything in the first 15 minutes. I'm not saying anything I like right now. I mean, I think the arm, depending how it opens, I mean, it's down, it's not down a huge amount, 2.5%, but kind of slid towards the end of the day on Friday. And then there was the after hours trading. Now it's continuing down. Look like 61 would be an interesting level to try to take out if you want to go long. That was what it was doing after hours on Friday. And actually some short covering and Interactive Brokers I can see, about 50,000 shares. How can I see that? Well, because I can see how many shares are available. And I believe this gets updated almost real time. So right now there are 1.25 million. And I think I said before there were 1.2 million. So there's been a little bit of short covering, I guess, on that little move. All right, William, AI, not AI, but AEYE. Ah, what an ugly looking daily chart. My goodness. Ugly weekly chart, ugly daily chart. So if you're listening to me and you're saying, well, what does he mean that this is ugly? Take a look at this weekly chart. Look at all these topping tails and bottoming tails. So if you were trying to trade this one, you depending on where you put your stop. Look at the daily chart, just up and down. But intraday, because I'm more of an intraday trader, you see these topping tails and bottoming tails. There's just so much. I mean, we like volatility, but we like to see a bit of a trend. Volatility in that we want to see abnormal volume. But when stocks whip up and then they come down, up and down, up and down intraday, really tough to trade. So I'm going to test this bouncers toppers this week and see my this is a multi-strategy window that I've got, and I'm going to test it this week to see what sort of alerts we get from it. I've had it for a long, long time. I just haven't looked at it for a while though. Because I've had it for a long time. I mean, I created the scan a long time ago. I used to use it a bit, but I'm going to see what sort of alerts we get this week from it. So AVGR, again, you've got to be super careful, of course, with this one. AVGR, you're going to take it with that float, 642,000 in the float. So this got in the pre-market, what did it get up to? About 750. So 750 on this daily chart is up about here in this level here. All right, so the SQL, again, very, very, very low float. 186,000 in the float. Of course, no shorts available to short at Interactive Brokers, which is probably an excellent thing. You get so something like this, you just never know what it's going to do. Haven't seen Joby for a while, guys. Vertical takeoff and landing stock. Haven't seen this one for quite a while. After that flurry of excitement that ended, ah, man, doesn't seem that long ago, but this is back in end of June. Where has the time gone? But yeah, remember that flurry of excitement, a couple of big days for Joby, and then nothing. Good morning, Mr. Okay, ARM is making a new low here, guys. Actually, I'm wrong. It's not making a new low yet in the pre-market, but very close. ARM. Now, 51 obviously would be a critical level for this to try to hold. That was the IPO price, I believe, 51. So we'll see if all these brokerages that were behind this can at least secure it or prop it to so that it doesn't go below 51. If it goes below 51, that won't be good. I did see INSEE. The, but I think, I saw it here. Okay. And now I see it's down a little bit more, 4%. Uh-huh. Yeah. So GSK's competing blood cancer treatment. Okay. So shares drop. So this is falling on another company's good news, a competitor, of course. I still can't believe we missed that one on Friday Real. Of course, now I can't even remember the name of the company that was getting rid of their CEO. Plant, right? PLNT. Well, let's see what it's doing today. Planet, let's say Planet Hollywood. Of course, it's not Planet Hollywood. Planet Fitness. Now, ARM did make a new low, guys. ARM just made Apple's on the move a little bit here for whatever reason. Apple, AAPL. Apple price target, sure, why not? Maintained with what do you think, Wedbush? Well, you guys can't tell me, but how about $240? Ah, already. Okay, guys. Well, let's have a great start to this trading week. Again, I probably won't trade in the first 15 minutes. Let things settle down a little bit. So Wedbush has put a $240 price target on Apple. So Dropbox, not trading very much, but William Blair downgrades it. I wonder if they put a price target. Not very much volume yet, though. Okay, three, two, one. A blast off. We're open now, guys. Now let's see what happens. ZIM, ZIM. Now, I did see this Red Hill, but it, got up to 115, right back down below. So, I mean, it's at a dollar now. Um, there probably was some news after the company announced FDA approval for Talicia. Talicia. Okay. Look how whippy this AVGR is. Big topping tails, some bottoming tails. Okay. Now, whippy. This will be really whippy. Okay, SQL showing up here in the momentum. We saw this BCRX earlier. Yeah, popped all the way up to seven something, pulled back. Target raised to $10 by RBC Capital. Okay, and that's BCRX. Now, listen, I may miss the boat completely on the AVGR. I'm just not prepared to take these sort of things in the first 15. That doesn't mean, if it meets your trading plan or style, fine. Iova. Now, I did see Iova earlier too. And I saw this little pop up here, but then it dropped back down. Iova, the next high looking left is 598. To me, just not enough room. No, did not see this in the pre-market. Triple CS, CCCS. This looks like no, it's not a blank check. Okay, or a blank a SPAC. It's not a SPAC. This is yeah, CCCS. Pretty good volume. And I mean, guys, there goes the AVGR. But again, be careful because of that float. Ooh, PTCT, which had a horrible week, a horrible day, a horrible day on Friday, and now it's at Friday's low. PTCT at Friday's low. Maintained a sell by Goldman Sachs. They put a price target on it. Morgan Stanley cuts target from 31 down 231 from 47, but weakening. Boy, a lot of RBC cutting their target from 49 to 26. Um, yeah, a lot. Jeffries actually they're trying to prop it. A buy and a target of 56. And okay, it's cut to $22 by Goldman. Okay, this is the PTCT. Another one this week is NEE, even though this is an energy, well, electric power. So the next low looking left is 68.42. If it breaks down through that, not a lot of room. I mean, down to 68, not that much based on a $68 stock in terms of a percentage move. Well, let's take a look at NC and where could it go? Let's take a look at the weekly chart and see where is the next low looking left. That's so hard to eyeball this. I mean, it may be down around this level, 43 or so. It's hard for me to eyeball this on this weekly chart. Maybe I should get a monthly chart up. Okay, 56. Okay, so there is a low here this month back in 2018. So I mean that's 5 years ago, guys. I don't know how if that's going to hold it. And that's for the NC. Yes, as Real mentioned earlier, U is continuing down. Unity. And right into the 200-day moving average for Unity. We're sitting right on top of it now. 200-day moving average is 34.13. So this is right on it. This may be some support, though looks like it's trying to take it out now. The next area is 33.78 on the daily chart. All right. Well, that may not hold it. The 200-day moving average has not held U yet. There's the next lows look like around 33.78. If it takes that area, then the next lows are around 32.80. So there is some room, 32.94. It's for you, but it is early. All right, wow. TGTX, big move down for TGTX. Looks like the next low is around 903, guys, for TGTX. And if it get on the weekly chart, way under here, around 678. So this is definitely weakening TGTX. Big red bar down. Wainwright has got a $41 price target on it. I don't know if that's ever going to happen. PTCT guys, super weak. 24. A bunch of analysts downgrading this one. 'Including Goldman Sachs, who has put a $22 price target on PTCT. 'Okay, got U is still weakening. U is still weakening. 33.48. 33.48 is the next low looking left, I believe, on for U. 33.48. And if I can get through that, then the next low is around 32.90. Another one running on the way down, guys. VKTX, another big red bar here through the 200-day moving average. VKTX, 13, that looks like, 1350 could be some support for it. CLX down nearly 2%. A cyber attack, okay, on Clorox. This is what William was talking about in terms of potential back on the table. Okay, I guess there had been talks about a Mattel takeover earlier, but I guess so. It's back on the table earlier, meaning I don't know, maybe a few weeks ago. And I see this Nicola, NKLA. So the high on Friday was 137. DCGO guys, this is almost a all-time low. It looks like the all-time low is here. Maybe not. Maybe there's something even lower. We're at 503. I'm just looking here, but you can see right now 1.1% from an all-time low or within the range. ARM continues to weaken, guys. ARM continues to weaken. Continues to weaken, guys. ARM continues to weaken. Critical right here, 55.54. 55.54 was the low of its IPO day. Okay. So 55, what did I say? 55.54. Put a price alert right there and see if it takes that out. And remember, the IPO price, it was priced at 51. So a couple of areas in jeopardy. Well, you continues down and now challenging that low, 32.80. 32.90, sorry, 32.90. Give me 1 minute, guys. I cut myself off. Give me a minute. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, we've got a halt. We've got a couple of halts now. NEPT was halted at 941 plus 59, basically 952. Sorry, 942. NEPT. They announced an intention. Actually, it's more like a news halt. It is not a news halt, but announced a spin out or spin off, spin out, spin off. And then there's a SQL, which will be, let's see where it could open. No clue, really. Now, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? This blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. But right now, well, maybe there was a clue. So it's halted at 2081. Potential opening around 20, potential, and that is SQL. Arm guys, arm. Getting very weak now. Sorry, well, I guess it got weak and it's popped a little bit, but that look, I mean, look what it did. Got almost down to the low of its IPO day, 55.54, and it got down to 55.70. So within, 30 cents, 25 cents or so, 24 cents, I guess. Key level for it to try to hold. Okay, guys, now NEE, I'm starting to pay attention to my bouncers and toppers. Okay, I wanted to see what's happening here. Is that a big bounce? Not really. Well, remember, okay, first of all, here's the NKLA. Now, the NKLA is now above Friday's high. Let's see where the next high is. The next high looks like it's 154. I mean, if it can get through that with any, well, first of all, you've got the 200-day moving average, not that far away, 171. Actually, I mean, if it got up to 171 from 140, it'd be awesome, but it might stall right at 150 also. So I don't know if there's any specific news about NKLA. They have an appointment, Mary Chan as chief operating officer. I don't know if that's a big deal, but maybe she's got great credentials. I mean, where she came from. Macy's, Macy's. Look at this, Macy's. Is this an all-time low yet? Not yet. Macy's super weak, guys. I mean, retail, of course, super weak. We've had a run over the last couple of months from 17 now down to 10 for Macy's M. It's through that whole number. Let's take a look at the retail ETF, XRT. I'm sure it must be moving down. Yeah, so Macy's and XRT basically trading the same. Wow, retail just, I mean, yeah, I mean, the next low is 60.87 for the ETF. Oh, it's got some room still. So Mattel is still surging on that takeover or buyout rumor. 22.31 looks like that would be pretty tough resistance to get through for Mattel MAT. I mean, if it can do that, then you've got this level way up here. But look at the daily chart. Looks like 22.30 or so. So it's not that far away. Remember Mara in the pre-market? So much for that. 1040, 980. Still flirting with that 200-day moving average. 961. You can see what it did on Friday. Kind of got into it and it kind of held. Okay, SQL opened. Yeah, I'm just shying away from this. Saw this in the pre-market, but I just didn't think that much of it. The ZIM, we saw this here, but man, once this market opened, it has had pretty good run, but a 40-cent run for ZIM. Okay, let's take a look at this as a potential bounce play. CLF. Just don't see how well it can bounce though. So remember, when we look at bounce plays, you'd want, I mean, the market doesn't have to be ripping higher, but what you don't want, of course, is the market just be moving lower. I mean, I'm not saying no bounce plays will work if the market's moving lower, but probably the bounce will not be that great, number one, if any. So again, you'd like to see the market at least not moving down. Now we're putting in a green bar here. I'm not in anything trade with stop loss. You short what specific company you're talking about? I'm not in anything yet. You no, no. It was too early for me. I like waiting the first 15 out. I just see too many times where stocks kind of whip up and down. So I mean, yeah, I run the risk of something like this just continuing down, but I am prepared for that. Okay, Joby on the move here, guys. JOBY on the move. However, so it is above Friday's high or at Friday's high. Thursday's high was 7, and then Wednesday's high was 731. So I mean, you got little areas that it could stall. Now, if it can take that out, even there is 731, and even here is 736. There's just not. I mean, there's to me anyway. There's just not a lot of room for this to really run. And that's the JOBY. I mean, if you told me it's going to get up to 750 from 693, sure. But I just look at little areas where it could stall. And there is news, rises on plans for a new plant in Ohio. Look at the SPY, guys. I mean, look at this huge topping tail up here. That's the first 15-minute. Huge topping tail, pretty big bottoming tail, and same thing, with this next 15-minute candle, big top tail, big bottoming tail. I mean, this AMKR could be awesome. Could be. The next high is 2337. So, I mean, if it really keeps moving here, it's only up 3%. It's not like a huge move. But you can see looking left, the next high is 2337. If it can somehow get through that, and you've got the 200-day moving average way up here. I can't remember what happened here. Obviously, some bad news. And that is the AMKR. Another retailer on the way down, guys. American Eagle, 200-day moving average is here at 14, so it still has some room to run. What did Macy's end up doing? A little bit of a pop up. Yeah, I mean, Fade is having in my scan called daily reversal. It says having a daily reversal. Down day on Friday, positive day today. But just look. I mean, 250 easily could stall that. So what I'm looking for is something when I look left, a lot of room. Like so, if the next high, for instance, for Fate, looking left on the daily chart had been up here at 3, then that would have been a lot more palatable to me. You can't see my screen, Beast You or Best You or Beast You. Maybe do a refresh, okay? If you can hear me, do a refresh. You might have to change browsers, but do a refresh then of the room. There's a gear somewhere. There's a refresh, and or you might have to change browsers. Unless I get a lot of people saying they can't see my screen, then I know it's got to be on your end. Or before you do that, do a refresh, okay? If you haven't done that already. I can't remember where you guys see. I know you can't see my screen, but there's a gear. If you see a gear, and I think there's a refresh in there, or maybe just do a normal refresh with the little circle, arrow circle, as I call it. And if that doesn't work, then yeah, you might have to change browsers. All right, guys. Now Dash. Dash to me is something that we might look at a short. 82, the next high looking left, it's right at it. You can see that right there. That would have been Thursday's high. And Wednesday or Tuesday wasn't that far off, and then the Monday. So it's coming into an area. I know there was some news about it, but that could stall it. Especially if the market, I mean, boy, this is look, I mean, this is tough. I mean, look at these topping tails and bottoming tails already today. Of course, Wednesday, FOMC, will they maintain interest rates or are they going to raise? So we won't know until Wednesday, of course. Okay, guys, keep an eye on this dash. I mean, if it doesn't take this out, this 84 level out, and especially if the market starts to move down, it could take dash with it. I know it had some news, expands its partnership with Aldi and broadens grocery selection with multiple new partners. So it gives us some news. I see what has bounced is Carvana, CVNA. It's come off just around the low of 51, back up to 54 for Carvana, CVNA. Ah, all right. Well, it's so cheap though. For Kerrisdale, I can't remember if Kerrisdale has done. They're a short seller. They're saying they are short Tilray. Tilray is yeah, there are shorts available, Interactive Brokers, but it's so cheap right now. The 200-day moving average is not that far away. And they put an 89 cents price target on Tilray. TLRY. This is Kerrisdale, short seller. That is for Tilray, TLRY. Another retailer on the way down here. At least it was, but it did have a bit of a bounce. Dash guys, dash, 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 DASH. Before it could not get through that high. Okay, guys, I'm kind of concentrating on these bounce plays, bounces and toppers. Okay, I'm not sharing it yet. You can ask me for it, but I'm kind of concentrating on this. I want to give it a good whirl for at least 2 or 3 days this week. Well, you're welcome, Ethical. This is from our YouTube room. Okay, first one, guys. First one in the option scanner. Okay, IOAV. Now, one of the reasons, no, not because of that. There must have been a filter that hadn't been met yet. Oh, I know what it was. So my filter, my minimum, it has to be 150%, meaning it has to be trading at least one and a half times the total number of contracts today has to be at least one and a half times of what it has averaged over the last 10 days. Okay, so that's why. So it is showing up here, IOVA. Doesn't mean you take the trade, of course, immediately, but there is room. I mean, there is some room up to 647 is the next high looking left, but the market is so choppy. So we don't scan the Asian markets at all, these two, okay? I mean, what we scan are the US markets and to some extent the Canadian market. So this software only scans the US markets, and you can create your own types of scans. I mean, these are the scans that I've created for my style of trading. I like to see things near the high or the low of the day. but we have all sorts of different alerts, real-time alerts and filters that if you wanted to create your own scan, you can do so. But we only scan the the US market. So if you're looking for something scanning the Asian markets, this will not do it. Okay, so we do scan the US markets. So so this is, for instance, this alert window right there called Momo. I put, this is a scan that and I'm sharing all my scans. Okay, I am sharing all my scans. But so, for instance, in this particular scan, if I right click and then click on configure and then click on summary, this is what the scan is looking for. So if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this point of the day, say 10 o'clock Eastern time. This is what gives it the momentum, where the volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. This is what I like to see. But of course, we've got all sorts of different types of real-time alerts, and we have all sorts of filters. You can create your own scan, or you can take my scan and tweak it maybe towards a different price range. Maybe you don't like that price range. Maybe you'd rather see new 5 minute highs, as an example. But that's what Trade Ideas is all about. Okay, so I'm sharing a lot of my scans, but you could, of course, can create your own scans. I usually go over this at around 10:30 Eastern time. So if you want to hang around to then, I'll go into a little more detail. So if you can hang around for another, say, 20 minutes, I'll go into more detail. But in a nutshell, I basically described what Trade Ideas is all about. Okay. If I, yeah, I'll just one more thing. If I click on configure and then summary, search, sorry, these are all the real-time alerts we've got starting at the very top, new highs and new lows of the day. But we have a lot of different, I'm not going to go over them all, of course, but we have a lot of different real-time alerts, 5 minute highs, 5 minute lows, 10 minute highs, 10 minute lows. But we have a lot of different real-time alerts. And then when you come to these icons, these are all the different filters that we've got. So, and the one thing I just caution anybody who's listening to me, you don't have to learn them all. Of course, we have so many because when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why there are a lot of different alerts and filters, but you don't have to learn them all. But that, in a nutshell, is what Trade Ideas is all about. And again, the program is called Trade Ideas. So just because I've created a scan and I get an alert for HYLN right here, does that mean I'm going to just hop into the trade? This is actually looking kind of interesting because it does have some room. If I look left, I mean, this has some room to the 167 mark. And this is basically an EV play. So there is some news. Hyliion and Cummins received certification from the California Air Resources Board for the Hypertruck. Okay, so has some news, but this, now at this point, I don't know. Again, I'm talking more in general. I mean, if you're new to trading, no, you have to figure out. Okay, first of all, you better not be trading with real money until you've practiced. And we do have a simulator here that you can practice trading, and it uses our real-time data. But you also, if you're brand new to trading, we do have a course that you can take, free course, to run over a lot of things, go over a lot of things that we probably is going to help you at least understand the basic concepts of chart reading and support resistance, things like that. Coke, another retailer, guys. KO. Boy, look at Coke. Look underneath. Look at the weekly chart for Coke. KO. Next low is 56. That's not that far away. It's about $1 away. All right, guys, let's take a look at this one, AZN. So let's see, the next low looking left is 66.34. So it's got a little bit of room to the next low, but I'm more interested in it. Well, okay, look at the market. Now, will this or this have some may have some specific news? So of course, this is a never thought I'd have to use this term again, but this is a virus play. So they're saying that maybe the triple demic will be less severe this season. So, all the virus no, the producers of the vaccines are being hit a little bit this morning. Oh, did I miss? Did I? It is Groupon. I'm sorry. Let me get that fixed. It is Groupon, GPRN or GRPN. Sorry, that is the trade of the week. I doubt if it's triggered. Yeah, the trigger is 13. So, but I will change that. I must have typed it in wrong. Sorry about that. If I can find it. Okay, I'll have to put this back in. So the trade of the week is GRPN. Okay, Groupon, JRPN. Suggested entry is 13. So it is not triggered. Okay, so yeah, so the suggested entry is 13. So I doubt if it's going to trigger today. It may not trigger at all this week. You get the if you can sign up for the trade of the week. Again, in about 15 minutes or so, I'll go over a lot of this, how you can sign up for these sort of things. And when you get the email, it tells you what the suggested entry is, and it was 13, so it is not triggered. Okay, well, not a bad little green bar here, guys. So again, if you're less conservative than I am, so we had a couple of alerts for AVGR. This is right at 9:30. Again, way too early for me to do this, but again, it all depends on your trading style. So there was the alert at 6:33 for AVGR. So it's at 776 now, and it's halted. Okay. Another alert on the 10-day daily breakout. A little later, 9:35, 7:33, but it's 776 now. And look at this. So 776. So this again, this blue screen is from Interactive Brokers. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is just telling me the halt price. So AVGR has been halted at 10:11 plus 41 seconds. If it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 10:16 plus 41 seconds. Okay, and this is the potential of where it could open. This is not written in stone. You'll see this number shifting until it actually opens, but it gives you a bit of a clue. Of course, if you're in this one right now, what you want to see, because it's halted at 776, if you're in this one right now, you want to see a number on this side greater than 776. Typically, if that's the case, typically that'll mean it'll at least open above the halt price. Phoenix, okay. So are you saying that your scanner is showing 4.3 million contracts today? for KO? We have 7,900, but are you saying that your scanner is 4.3 million contracts for Coke? I mean, I'm not saying seems like a lot of contracts. I mean, I'm just looking at Apple as an example. You would think, Apple would be very active. It's 428,000. So you're saying that Coke is 10 times that? Anybody else? I don't know if PJ's in the room. Anybody else who trades options? Can you check to see what your Coke option number is? I mean, that seems really high, but I don't know. All right, so we're about the same. I mean, 8,000. So so you've sent that in. They're going to look at that. And they're going to go, well, they're probably going to say, we're not sure what you're talking about. Sorry, Phoenix, but yeah, AVGR just opened, guys. So yeah, I mean, this obviously was the one. I mean, with the low, 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 low float, and but even so, this is still very choppy, topping tails, bottoming tails. Tough to find an entry. Where are you going to put your stop? You have to have a pretty wide stop on things like this. So Phoenix, I would guess that your option scanner is showing 4.3 million contracts a day. I just don't think that's probably right for Coke, KO. All right, where could AVGR go? I mean, we're talking 924 or so is the next high look. Wait a minute. 855 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. And what did it get to? Got up to 850. Are you talking about our program, Phoenix? 2000. I do not have 4.3 million. Maybe do a refresh or something. Okay. 8,100 and set. Can you not see my screen, Phoenix? I'm just, pointing right at it. Option volume today, and it's increasing 8,116. If you can't see my screen, I just popped it in. Okay, and that's for Coke. Yeah, we don't look at the Indian. We only look at the U.S. markets, Beast. Okay. Oh, you're in a scanner. Oh, I don't have Coke. Coke is not showing up anywhere for me. Well, if you have, I don't know, if you've given them a screenshot and I see what you mean. So if the option volume today, but Coke is not showing up for me in any scanner, so I can't really check that. It'd be strange though that like the single stock window would not have the same value. I'm not saying it's infallible, but anyway, you sent it in to all right, guys, IBEX. What's IBEX doing? IBEX. Now that the market is trying, even though we've still got these blasted topping tails and bottoming tails, IBEX. Woo. Now this is an interesting one. IBEX. Look at the room it's got, guys. Um, Look at the room this has got. I mean, it's got hammered down. Must have been earning. I think this was on earnings September 13th. Yeah, so this must be the 14th. Yeah, so this was an earnings reaction on Thursday. Friday didn't do too much. Today it's trying to recover. 1485 was the high on Friday, on Thursday, sorry, and it's above that high. But look at the room IBEX has. I believe you, Phoenix. Okay, I believe you. I just, so you've sent it in, so a little strange that it's getting data from different. The single stock usually should be the same as this, but so I have no explanation. Sorry. IBEX guys is really interesting. What's the volume like? Now that's the issue. 147,000 shares. It is 15 times normal. It's a fairly low float, 9.4 million in the float. Um, Boy, again, where you put your stop. Yeah, there's nothing I can do. I trust you. There's no point in my seeing it. I trust you that that's the number. Nothing I can do, of course. Oh boy, if the volume ever picks up on this IBEX a little bit, IBEX. I mean, this is what we want to see. Giant gaps that can potentially be filled. Isn't this the one that they're completing their merger, GPP, Green Plains? Is that Green Plains something or other? Green Plains Partners. Yeah. So I mean, my thoughts. I mean, they're going to be merging Green Plains and Green Plains Partners, GPRE, agreed to merge. I really have no more thoughts on it other than that. Yeah, the volume's just a little too light for the IBEX guys, in my opinion. It needs the relative volume is fabulous, but the overall volume is just really not there. I mean, it's too bad because if it ever picked up, right, it's a share repurchase plan, okay, up to 30 million of its shares over the next 6 months. Remember now, up to. That means they could do from 0 to 30 million. Companies love to put price or press releases out like that. Hopefully, they can maybe in order to juice the stock a little bit. I'm not saying that that's what they're doing, but here's another one, guys, is coming into a potential resistance. Now, this is APP. The next high looking left, it's a little bit above that, 43.64. So it's a little bit above that. Look at this weekly chart. Now, granted, if it can take that area out, the next high is 44.76, so about $1 away on the weekly chart. I don't know. Seems to be moving with the market. And again, this is coming from my bouncers toppers. Affirm is also, AFRM is on that list. The bouncers toppers, stocks that are moving, maybe getting right for a potential short. Now, this one, over the whole number, 25, big psychological number, in my opinion. The next high on the weekly chart is 27.76. So, I mean, it's got some room. I mean, on the weekly chart, AFRM has got some room. Look at this market, guys. I know I nag, but look at this market. Oops, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Okay. I hadn't fast forwarded. Okay, so we're still green. I thought that was a giant red candle or giant topping tail, and then I thought this would turn red. So, guys, ARM had a tremendous bounce. I mean, that low of the IPO day really held it so far, anyway. Look at that bottoming tail, and that's basically the same price as the low of the IPO day on Thursday. Okay, so that really held it. So it's a little bit weak, though. It's still down 4%. All right, Dash. Well, right at 80, right at the whole number. I mean, it's moved, not a huge amount, but it has moved. ABBA, $39 price target put on it by Wells Fargo. Let's take a look at Wells Fargo, or not Wells Fargo, but CABA. Okay, pretty aggressive price target. So Airbnb, interesting. So I guess is it officially now on the S&P 500? Because I did read this morning that New York now is definitely putting a real crimp into their business. They say it's down 77% in New York. But maybe I don't know. Maybe people. I really don't know what percentage of business ABNB was doing in New York. That's something to also consider. But will other cities, follow suit? Yeah, it didn't make my day, unfortunately, Zen. I'm just too stubborn. Not stubborn. No, no. That's my plan, my trading style. I will not take those early. I'm glad it worked for you, the AVGR. Okay, guys, APP, this is getting, to me, interesting as a short. 43.88, 43.91 is the bid ask. Okay, guys, we had a 30-cent drop. Yeah, the market, okay, we're definitely in an uptrend though in the market, definitely in an uptrend. So the same thing is, you're wanting to short tops. Be better if the market were at least not going up like this, but all right, guys, it is now 10:32. So I think I'll go over a little more detail about what you can find. First of all, my homepage. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. Okay, right at the top here, if you want to take out a subscription, you get 15% off your first month only. Okay, Barry 15. Now, if you do want an annual, I can get you a better discount, 25%. You just have to let me know if that's what you want. If you do take out a subscription, you must do this first, the getting started. Runs you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Now, if you don't have trade ideas right now, you can go right to this. So you can take a look, very in a very general basis about what we're all about, the scans and our top lists and our real-time alert windows. Trading 101, if you're brand new to trading, this is a free course. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. So if you're brand new to trading, really suggest you take a look at this. A lot of videos. You don't have to look at every single video, of course, but again, if you're brand new to trading, I really suggest you take a look at this Trading 101. It is free. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for right here. It's free, of course. Trade of the week, it is free. You'll get it. I always say about a month, an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Might be sooner. And this week's trade of the week is Groupon GRPM, but it is not triggered. The trigger price was 13. So, it's up to you, of course, if you trade it, how you trade it. But the suggested entry is 13, and it's nowhere near that now. So that doesn't mean it's a bad trade of the week. A bad trade of the week, if we want to brand it a bad trade of the week, is something that triggers, say Groupon triggered at 13, and then it, plummeted to 12. Okay, you could say, but there's always a stop. In the email you're getting, there's always a stop. But this is sort of right now, this is a non-event. Education section, big education section is right here. So again, if you're not a subscriber, you can take a look at the user guide and what we're all about. This is a lot more detail. There's that getting started again. You want more detail about what our alert windows are, our top list windows. You want to find out a little more about stock racing and price alerts. Okay, I use price alerts all the time. I'm going to show you how you can create a price alert on a chart. Very, very simple to do. Here's that getting started series again. So daily support session. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Monday, so it should be Chris Farley. I'll confirm that. And then before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in our main room so you can head over and listen to Chris for his hour. And last, if you're looking for my scans, so if you're at the top here, click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, here they are. These are the scans that I am currently sharing. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market axis up and down, not too many today, but certainly AVGR was there. You can kind of set the tone once remember, I open the room. I'm on the mic at 9 o'clock. So between 9 and 9:30, we do discuss what we've seen in the pre-market, and just to see whether or not these stocks can continue once the market opens. Pulse resumes. You can see right over here. This is the momentum scan right there, Momo, and this is the abnormal option activity. Not very, only one so far today, and that's right there. I have other scans that you can take a look at. Again, just a word about the abnormal option activity. I don't trade options, but what this does, because I'm always looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. So this allows me to see the stocks that are having abnormal option activity as well as high relative volume. Okay. So those coupled with abnormal option activity plus high relative volume, those are stocks that we probably should watch because they're trading abnormally. I don't trade the options though, but I trade the stock. Now, how abnormal option, it has to be at least 1.5 times normal. So if I look at Iova right now, so it has traded 9,000 contracts today. Option value or option volume today percent is 208%, 2 times, ratio of 208%. So that means it is trading, or on average, what it did over the last 10 days, it's double that. Okay, so that's why it's showing up here. The minimum it has to be at least 1.5 times. That's in my scan. So so if you took a look, again, if you looked at my scan right now, if you decided, well, I wouldn't mind taking a look at his Momo scan. So you right click, configure, and summary. This tells you exactly, and that's the format for like either a top list or an alert window. You just right click, configure, and click on the summary, and it's going to tell you what it's looking for. So if you like this scan exactly the way it is, that price range, you like the 100, 100,000 share minimum. Most of the time, it'll be way over that, but I put a minimum. But this is what it's looking for. So if all the filter values are met and the stock makes a new intraday high, we get a real-time alert. So at 10:38, RDW just made at 365. That's why we see RDW. Met all the filter requirements. Now, if you took my scan though, and you said, I like the concept, but I'd rather have a different price range, change it. Okay, you just click on the icon and now you can change it to say 10 and 100, if that's what you want. Click on the summary, you'll see how it has changed. And by the way, I'm going through this quickly. This is not a course on how to use trade ideas. All this is in the guide. I'm just trying to give people a general idea about what trade ideas is all about and what you can do. Okay, then you would say, okay, and then you have taken my scan and tweaked it maybe to your style of trading. Dash, dash, dash. So that was a nice one from that bouncers toppers. I'm going to really monitor it this week, and if I like it enough, I'll put it in one of the scans that I'm sharing on my homepage. You can ask me for it right now. I'll give it to you, but it's not on my homepage right now. Oh, and I got to find you guys. There you are. That's an old BTS. It's nothing to do with Zach's. Yeah, look at Bitcoin, guys. I mean, BITO, BITO having a nice day, but a little pullback, a little bit. Look at Mara though. This is still suffering from that financing they did. I mean, look at this. I mean, it's just selling off, coming again into the 200-day moving average. Boy, Dash, was that ever nice? I mean, just under the break of 84, and now this is, down to 82.26. I mean, I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but right down there, 80.97 is the low in the 15-minute. And on the flip side, well, now look, okay, boy, this market, look at this big topping tail now on the SPY. Look at it. Look, topping tails, bottoming tails, very, very choppy market, guys. I mean, so if I'm looking at Chewy here for a potential bounce, I think they did financing or something. I thought yeah, it's a financing. So they announced the financing on Friday afternoon after the market closed. I don't know what the price is. It doesn't seem to be disclosed right there. But again, you don't want to see a red bar and try to play a bounce, in my opinion. So here's another one, guys, another potential bounce play. But I mean, this market, I know I'm gonna say it probably all day long, but I mean, usually when you look at a 15-minute chart, it tends to smooth things out a little bit more than this. Smoothing out meaning you don't see all these topping tails and bottoming tails. This is more like looking at a 1 or a 2-minute chart. So, I mean, MP could be coming into a bit of a bounce zone right there. I mean, there looks like there's some support around 2140. MP must be way below your channel, right? Real? I'm looking at a 5-minute. MP must be way below. MP, M is in Martha, P is in Peter, MP. Okay. All right, guy. Now PBR, another one might be a topper, PBR. So look left, the next high looking, well, it's far enough away actually. The next high looking left on the weekly chart and the daily chart. That is actually, if I were to scroll back on the daily chart, I would see a daily high, but it would match that weekly high. That's what that red bar is. So it's, it's far enough away. So probably wouldn't be looking at this one. I'd like to see it get closer to 16 before I might take a short on something like that. That's the PBR. Hey guys, I'm taking a little tester on this MP. I'm in at 2150 on a pop. Basically a very tight stop. I'll put my stop at just below the low of that previous 15-minute candle and see what happens. Again, I'm just testing these bouncers and toppers. I like to do that this week. And this is what I'm looking at here. The high of that 15-minute candle is a potential area where it could stall if it got anywhere close. It may not work, but I've got a tight enough stop that. And it's a pretty big float, 143 million in the float, so I'm not anticipating like a wild candle to take me out that I can't get out. No, it's not. I can give it to you. That's where I found Dash earlier. Okay, there's where the Dash was. And they're not all going to be awesome, of course. That's why you've got to, click on it and see what's happening. But that's where, and especially if you see something that's near a high resistance, a potential resistance area. And for me, the MP was, at a potential support area. What I like about it is that you can, you get the alert, and if it moves a little higher off the alert, then you have a nice area to put a stop. Not a lot of guesswork. No idea. People ask that. I have no idea what happened to Zach. This is not Zach's scan. I know I still have his. I don't use it, but I still have it saved in my cloud. But it is not Zach's scan. So here's another one. Could this bounce? I'm I'm probably, yeah, look at Snap here. Wow, Snap. Almost not quite an all-time low. And these can probably, a lot of them will just turn into very quick, maybe almost scalp type trades. I'm not, it's not why I get into it, but it depends what the market's doing too. AMPX, guys, AMPX. Okay, another one. So what do? We look left. What do we see? $5. So to me, it just looks like there's way too much resistance, potential resistance, not that far away. Okay, guys, I took myself out of the MP, little gain. Okay, I don't like that red bar forming, so that's why I'm constantly, if I'm going to be in a bouncer, if I see a big red bar forming, I'm probably going to be a little wary. So, I mean, I'm just testing this week. I probably have more confidence, even no matter what the market's doing, in the topping plays than the bounce plays. I think that toppers probably have a better chance, almost not, not that dependent on what the market's doing, of falling. Mira. I don't think I've ever seen this one. Mira. Okay, what room does this have? It's got some room, a little bit of room, guys, for Mira, MIRA. Seems like this is a new, I don't know if it's an IPO or a SPAC or a symbol name change back here. This is it back in July, MIRA. So it does have some room though, 470 on the daily chart. Problem is, again, the absolute volume is just not there. Relative volume is there, but the absolute volume just isn't there. Now, if you're wondering, well, why don't I up the absolute volume in this momentum scan? The problem with doing that, let's just say I put a million. The problem with doing that is at the beginning of the day, you can get something that is trading 100,000, 200,000 really rapidly, 3, 4, 500, and you'll miss that. You could miss that move if you put a minimum of 1 million. Most of the time when I see these excuse me, when I get these alerts here, usually the absolute volume is usually plenty. Usually, I can't speak for like the BRTX at the very beginning of the day. No, I'm wrong. I thought that would have been a lot more. We're just not getting a lot of volume. Okay, so I do see that RAI took this short at 42.45. If you took that trade, probably should be aware of that low here, 40.56. No, actually wasn't a bad one. I didn't. I saw it, but I got distracted by doing some other things. But this is actually turning out to be a pretty good alert from our AI, which is part of our premium service. Now that could hold it. 40.50 could hold it. Wow, look at Shopify. I mean, this has just been boy, really kicked here. I mean, this was an amazing move, guys. I mean, from $71 all the way down to 51 in about a couple of months, maybe less. July 14th, about a month, about a month, and then it had a massive move. I think it had earnings here or some earnings play around here. Almost getting back up to the high and now dropping again. Shopify, SHOP. Okay, guys, Iowa has been choppy, but now making a new high. The only one in the option activity scan today. That's it. Depends on your trading style, Max. I mean, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of stocks that are not trading that much. Doesn't mean they're bad, but a lot of people will say, I won't take a stock unless it trades a million shares. It really depends on your trading style. I don't get it also depends on the time of the day. I mean, at the beginning of the day, a stock could be only trading 100 or 200,000 shares on its way to, several million. So it all depends. So if I get an alert later on in the day and it's only trading 100,000, 150,000 shares, I'll probably disregard it. But I would say you probably want a minimum of 100,000 to look at it. Okay. I mean, most of the time in my scans, it's going to be way more than that. Volume today in the IOVA is 12.2 million, as an example. I have some lighter volumes here for sure. The nature of the market today. So shady on the COSM, COSM. Let's take a look at all right. So let's take a look left on COSM, COSM. Next high is 159, so it's right at the high. So takes that out. Then the next high on the daily chart is 163. So what Shady is saying, he's in this trade around say 157. His stop is at 145. So he's got a fairly tight stop, a 13 cents or 12-cent stop. And again, you're talking about the minimum volume. I mean, this is what you can practice. The reason I say that is that there will be people that say, I won't take anything with less than 2 million shares, traded. And that's fine. There's no right or wrong. My only issue with putting, a fairly big number on it is that you might miss that first, the move as it's getting up to that 2 million that you've got as a minimum. But, you just have to develop your own kind of trading style. Not just you, Max, but anybody listening. Speaking of which, let me get out of this, by the way. I just want to flatten this. This was something I took in the simulator on Friday. Just wanted to show people how you can take trades using our simulator. So using the simulator, first of all, you have to be using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, unfortunately, it's not available. So you would click on New and then Brokerage Plus. This is the window that we call Brokerage Plus. This is what you'll see. You may have different columns from me. That's okay. We have a lot of different columns to choose from. What it might say is not connected. And if it says not connected, all you have to do is underneath the Brokerage Plus, there are two options. One says live and one says simulation. If I click on sim, that'll change to the simulator. Now, if that doesn't change the simulator, if it only says account and just click on it, and then a little pop up and it'll say simulated trading default. Click on that. Now you're in the simulator. Okay. Now, what does live mean? If you have an Interactive Brokers account or a E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas if you want to. But I like to concentrate on the simulation. For new traders, please practice trading before you commit money to the market. And it's super simple to use. Let's take the IOVA. Let's just see, okay? So I click on IOVA. I clicked on IOVA. Okay. So what happens now is I'm going to have to reload this, okay? Because it's the linking for whatever reason it happens every now and then. No, not a big deal. I just have to exit out and then click it again. Okay. Now when I click on IOVA, there it is. Okay. And now the only thing I've got to do, don't worry about what I'm doing. Okay. Whoops. Okay. Okay, so here's the IOVA. So let's just say I wanted to take, I don't know, 300 shares. I'm not going into money management at all. I'm just showing the mechanics of how you can use this. Okay, so let's just take 300 shares. So I click on IOVA. IOVA shows up. Here is a drop down. I can pick from here, or I can, of course, put in exactly the number of shares I want. I'll pick 300. I click the buy button and then I send it. And now we're in the trade. Okay, so got in at 6:03. And that's how easy it is. Now, if you want to practice swing trading, all you have to do is not get out of the trade at the end of the day, like I did here. Okay. On at ALPN, took this trade in the simulator on Friday, held it over the weekend, and got rid of it now. Okay. So if you don't exit a trade, and how to exit a trade is you just highlight. So if you had a series of trades you were in, you just highlight the one you want to get out of and click flatten. Or you could get it at half your position, or you could double your position. Okay. So you can practice trading using our real time simulator. You don't need a broker. Okay. But it does use our real time. And all you need is our standard service to do that. So here's another potential topper. This, I'm sorry, I should say the symbol AER, another potential topper. The highs over here are 64. Well, it's a little bit away from it, but Yeah, we're seeing some this is a real light volume day because by this time, I click on an alert like this, usually I would say that we'd be up around 4 or 500,000 shares, but we're a real light volume day, even for these really cheap ones with low floats. Not all of them, of course, but so if you're new to the room, first of all, welcome to the room. I should always say that. Welcome to the room. This is the format between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Monday to Friday. I'm live on the mic, of course, and sharing my screen. Now, the main room is open no later than 8 o'clock, usually earlier. I don't open it. Either William or Chris at Great Ideas does open it. So you guys can actually talk in the main room amongst yourselves until I get on the mic at 9. And then, yeah, I usually stop around 3 o'clock. I'll stay later if there are questions, but William has graciously volunteered to keep the room open till some days, 4 o'clock. I'll have to ask him today if he can do that. So again, I'll be on the mic and you won't see my screen, but you can still talk about stocks if you want to. I had, okay, a question. I'm new to trade ideas. How to change the ticker symbol on the chart today, directly. Okay, good question. And anybody else who's wondering how to do that. So you go to the chart, left click on the chart. Okay, that just tells trade idea. Well, that's the chart you want to do. You make the change. Okay, so you left click on the chart. And then most of the time, if you start typing, you get a pop-up. Okay. So I just typed in M for Macy's. Okay, so I'll do it again. So I'll left click on the chart and then I just start typing and a little pop-up will appear. And then I just click on change. Or I can hit enter or return to my keyboard. Okay. And then now it changed them all because these are symbol linked or they're okay. I've linked the time frames. That's what I want. When I click on a symbol, these three will change. This doesn't, SPY doesn't because I don't have the symbol linking. Now, so first of all, did that work for you? Because sometimes, and I don't know why, if you have to press the space bar, and then that'll bring up the pop-up. But I would say that the majority of time, if you just start to type the symbol, well, left click on your mouse. Left click on your mouse. It's just to tell trade ideas that this is the this. Well, I mean these are all linked, okay, but here let me do a new one. Okay, so here's a new chart one. So when I say left click, I mean just left click on with your mouse. So I've left click with my mouse. So now the system knows this is the chart you want to change. Okay, and then you just start typing. And you see how the change symbol box came up. I'm assuming you have a mouse. Okay. If not, I can. So you don't have a mouse. You're okay. Can somebody help me? Those of you who have laptops, I'm on a desktop computer. So what would you hit on your laptop? I mean, to me, probably all you have to do is just use your tracker and make sure your pointer is in the chart. Okay. I guess a touchpad. That's what I wanted to say. So use your touchpad and move it so that your pointer is in the chart. Okay, and then just start to type. That should work. You might have to, I don't know, on your touchpad, maybe you have to sort of hit the, like left on it. I'm so I don't use a touchpad at all. I've got touch screen on all my laptops and everything, so I don't use a touchpad at all. But maybe the only reason you just have to make sure the system knows that you're in that chart. So maybe you have to like hit the left, like on your touchpad. You sort of click left once it's in the chart. Once your pointer is in the chart and you sort of click left, doesn't that kind of tell it that that's where you are? Okay, just typing work, great. Okay, okay, okay. So Kareem, so obviously when I click on GPP up here, I want them all to change. Okay, that's because I've got symbol linking. So if I right click on the chart and go to and scroll down to or just yeah, just move my mouse down to properties, the pointer down to properties. Another box will pop up, and you see it says symbol linking, and it's checked. Now the only other thing, okay, so it is checked. The only other thing is to make sure you keep moving over and link to all. Well, only if you want it all linked. Okay, I'm complicating the issue. So properties and the pop-up. So symbol linking is either checked or it's not checked. Here it is checked. That means that these three will change, but the SPY doesn't if I uncheck it. Okay, the SPY doesn't because it's unchecked. If I right click. Now, unfortunately, the box is going to pop up on my other monitor. Okay, but it is unchecked. Symbol linking is unchecked. Okay, Karim? Feature to move the candles right to left and up and down. I don't quite know what you mean, and we can zoom if that's what you mean. So again, well, okay, I'm going to left click on the chart, but maybe you don't have to. So go to the chart and then again on a laptop. Okay, zooming in and out. Yes. So on a laptop, I'm afraid I don't know how to do it on a laptop. I mean, what I do is now I'm going to hold the control key down now, and then I scroll left. So you can do it. I just don't know what you do on a laptop. Maybe somebody who's using on a laptop, because I'm using the scroll wheel on my mouse with the control key pressed down on the keyboard. So my guess is that if you go to the chart and keep the control key pressed down, and then maybe with your tracker, I don't know, maybe using the left arrow and the right arrow. That's what I can also use the left arrow and the right arrow with the control key pressed down. I'm not using a mouse. Let's see if that works. So anybody who uses a laptop with trade ideas, how do you zoom in and out on a chart? I apologize. You know what? Maybe one of the other traders knows. Let me just see if I think most of us use desktops at Trade Ideas, okay? Because, well, I shouldn't say that. Michael Noss doesn't. But anyway, I've just posed the question. We've got five other traders, and we'll see. Probably one of them uses. So arrow keys and control. That's what he said. Okay, arrow. So control key, press down on your keyboard, and just like I was using it here, I'm just using my left arrow key and my right arrow key. So I'm just hammering on it. Okay. So I guess the trick is to get into the chart you want. But you said, all you had to do is put the pointer there, and you started to type, and it would show up. So this control key, keep the control key pressed down, and use your left and right arrow pointer keys. Or pinch to zoom. Okay. Probably way easier though to have a mouse. In my opinion, I mean, to have a mouse doing this. Control arrow. Are you talking about a desktop array, or are you talking about a laptop? Okay, so pinch. So I guess he said you just use your trackpad to kind of pinch and zoom it. Like, I don't know. I've never used a laptop like that. I've always had a mouse with my laptop. And you're using an Apple and web version. So yeah, so now it's another another set of circumstances or challenges for me because yeah, I don't use the web-based version at all. But if I did, I'm on my desktop and it'd be virtually the same. Don't worry about the questions, guys. That's why I'm here. Uh, why the markup icon is not working when I add a horizontal line. All right. So again, here's the chart I want to be in. So I right click and go to markup, and the box pops up, horizontal line, and presto, a horizontal line. Now, um, here's going to be the confusing part. If you Now you are using the laptop version. Boy, it's hard for me to. I want you to bring up this. I want you to somehow be able to bring up this box that has it. Well, if you're able to bring up your properties, can you check to see whether or not you have use browser interface checked? Yeah, I'm just going to ask that. Okay. So you were able to find the properties in order to do. I'm sorry, the markup. You were able to get this box up here. Okay. if you look down a little bit further down, you should see something that says use browser interface. Is it checked? And if it is checked, uncheck it. I think that's a problem. Okay, so uncheck it then, and then it should work. Okay. That is I guess I'll call it a bug or whatever. See, we're trying to migrate to these like new charts, the HTML charts, but there are certainly issues. So that's why I don't use them. There are certainly issues, but eventually they'll all be ironed out, I guess. But I would really, just like a few people are saying, I would really consider, just get a cheap mouse. I think it's so much easier to navigate, but that's up to you, of course. All right, guys. So you see the Iova again. This is in the simulator. Okay, so Iova is starting to work a little bit. Oh, I see. I see, Pepe. I see. Okay. So the icons are on the charts. I'm not going to bring up an HTML chart. You know that. On the left-hand side or something. I think I can bring up, and I don't think this is going to mess me up. Well, here's a trend line. Where's the horizontal line? Where's the horizontal? The top? Not this one, though. This is a trend line, right? This one at the top here is a trend line, not a horizontal line. Ugh, I can see why I don't draw trend lines or anything. Anyway, so Iova's got some room, guys, right? Iova's got some room. 648 is the next high looking left, so it still has a little bit of room. Oh, you have to make the horizontal line yourself. Well, that's kind of, I see what you mean. So I was right, but now you've got to sort of eyeball the horizontal. Why would they do that? Yeah, I'm not going to say anything to her. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, charting for me, I have very, very, very basic needs for charting. So I guess that's why I don't really get too, oh, I don't know, upset if that would be the right word about some of the limitations on our charts because I just don't use a lot of indicators or trend lines or anything. Look at the market. Okay, well, the market is now finally. Shoot. Look at the mirror, guys. This is one, boy, the mirror. Now, that next high looking left was 471. Oh man, I was just mentioning this one not that long ago as something that to really be watching, and I just lost sight of it. It's a tough spread. Very tough spread. 462, 460. Wow. Yeah, it's a very, very tough spread. But this is moving. What's this? What's the float like? It's not even a crazy low float. We used to think 10 million was low, but I mean, oh well. So it still has some room, but the problem is you got to watch that spread. I mean, right now it's not bad. It's 499.5. Can't get much better than that. But then it can just really, boy, this is really moving though. MIRA. Sorry. All right. They're saying that its prescription pill is more palatable and potent than pot. Okay, and it's legal. I guess if it's a prescription pill, I guess it must be legal. I don't know if I ever heard of these guys before. Oh, okay, yeah, call it synthetic cannabis, cannabinoid. Wow. Well, that ticks me off. I should have been paying way more attention to this on a day where we're not getting too many good ones like this. Any samples, yeah. Yeah, no shorts available, Interactive Brokers either for Mira. And did it get halted? It just got halted. Well, hopefully some of you heard me talking about it and you looked at it and go, no, I wouldn't mind taking it. So if you did, great. Now, 6 looks like pretty tough resistance. Now, Jamie, that could mean you just don't know a lot of day traders, though. Big market surge, guys. Big, big market surge here. Biggest so far. I mean, what time is it? 11:30. So yeah. So that just closed. That's the biggest candle of. Well, maybe this red one here, but biggest green candle of the day on the SPY. All right, guys. We may be getting close to a bit of a short here now for the AER. Okay. The next high is looking left, right there, 64, like a little over 64. So we may be getting close to a potential short opportunity for AER. Closer it gets to the 64. I mean, the next highs are 64.20. When you look left, Jamie. Guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So this one is really interesting to me. This AER, guys, very interesting as a potential short. I'm just watching to see how it trades. If it gets, if first of all, it stalls trying to get through 64, but then what does it do right around this 64.20 level? Now, Mira, and in fact, so instead of guessing, let me just stick an alert up right around a little over 64 and create a price alert. And see how simple that was. So all you do is just move your pointer, move your mouse, and when there should be a dotted line that will be following your mouse, and just so you can position it exactly where you want it. Great. And you just right click and create the price alert, and you'll see the price. If that's not exactly the price you want, you can of course type it in. And then if you want to put a note, I typically don't put any notes unless it's an IPO that is coming up, and then save it, and that's it. By the way, who draw? Is CART really supposed to IPO today? CART supposed to IPO today? I thought it was going to be this week, but I didn't know they had said today, because that is another big one. I have I have here Tuesday, not today. And in fact, I have them all. I have them all. Well, all. I think unless I read that wrong. I thought you said I thought you were saying today. So supposed to be. Now, are they priced? Anyway, supposed to be 3 tomorrow, okay, and the big one being CART. Look who's behind it, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Bank of America, Barclays, etc. So this is a big one, and of course, the market is pretty happy about the ARM IPO from last week being very successful, so there's been a lot of eyes on this one. Not as many shares released, 22 million, definitely a lower price, 28 to 30, raising a lot less money. Okay, guys, well, there's the AER. Now it is right at this level. Okay, so this is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt, obviously, for Mira, MIRA. And if you're in this one, you should be pretty happy because here's your halt price, 541. You can't see the symbol, but this is the MIRA. And there is the potential opening, 579. Of course, this changes. You can see right there, it just changed to 584. So what you do want is to see a number greater than the halt price. And again, this is from Interactive Brokers. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. All right, guys, AER. Let's see if this one works. I was going to say what I was hoping is that would get up to 60, up to that level, and maybe take out the 64 again, and then maybe move down from there. It's a pretty big float, 168 million. Now this is following. It looks like it's following the market pretty well. Maybe not, and that's been straight up since 10 o'clock. Well, actually, it's been following the market, except for that red bar there. It's been following the market pretty closely. And that is AER. Hey, wow, Mira opened and holy smokes. Never mind that six level. Mira open, MIRA, but it popped up to 625, right up to this level. And now it is just continuing. Well, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 659. I've seen it. I saw Ampex, yes, earlier today. I know it showed up in the momentum scan. Yeah, I mean, it had these big top. Remember now, it had the big topping tail, and then it sold way off. 519 down to four. I mean, that's a big percentage move. I mean, the trend is up, but you've got to deal. Oh, there's the mirror, guys. Oh, this is a life of its own. This is getting. I mean, the lifetime high is up here, 798. All right, guys, I am still waiting on this AER. It broke down through 64, but it's popped up a little bit above it. I want to see if that's just sort of a last gasp and see if it. But the problem is the market. The market's pretty strong, so it's kind of like to see the market maybe not continue to move higher if I want to take this AER short. All right, guy. Wow, 11:42 already. Actually, for a day in which I didn't really do too much, been a pretty fast morning. One of the reasons is, getting questions. I love getting questions. Don't be shy. You can ask questions. Don't worry that you think you're interrupting me or anything. That's why I'm here. Okay, I will show you, Max, but I also think that what I want you to do is to check out our guide because I can go over this, but you can easily forget. Okay, so I just put my homepage link in, and if you click on it, I mean, just good to have a guide so you have a reference. So scroll down until you see the education section. Okay, and then here's our user guide. Click on the user guide, and where it says docking, this is some videos, some text explaining how you dock. Okay, docking is something that I would say that most of our customers don't do it. I do it. I don't have everything docked. I've got these docked, but I don't have anything up here docked. It's not necessary. It could be nice though. I've got some thumbnail charts. I've got them all docked together. But to do it, again, remember, you have the guide that you can refer to. And I'm just going to go do this pretty quickly. But if I click on new and then docked window, what I like to do is I like to give it a name that starts with dock. The reason is that I can do a search then of all my dock windows. So I'll call it dock test. Okay. So I've just created a dock window called dock test. It'll be empty. And then you would just repeat this. If I bring up a new chart, okay, and then I just right click and then it says duplicate into doc test. Okay. So there it is. Let me do it again. Duplicate in doc test, another one. Okay. So here it is again. Now, of course, I can change the time frame, but here it is, the first one I did. Here's the second one I did. Now, you can, here's where you can start to move things around. If I want the charts, one on top of each other, or if I want it side by side, is where it gets a little tricky. But that's how you do it. But again, go to the guide because it's all there too, videos and all that. I just wanted to show you that's how you do it. So that's how I did this with these charts, and I just basically duplicated the chart, and I just changed the time frame. So now I got a 5-minute chart and a 15-minute chart. Okay, and then save it. Don't forget to always save it. And this is what I was saying because I save it starting with doc. If I want to find all my doc windows, I file load from cloud and then do a search on doc. I mean, you don't have to do this, but now here are all the things I've done. All the things I've done using a doc window. Okay. Again, I ran by that fairly quickly, but it's all in the guide. And those of you who watching me do that, thinking, well, I don't know, that seems a little complicated. You don't have to do it. Okay, here's another one, guys, just showing up in the Halts resumes. CCG. Ew. Is this an IPO today? No. So this was a SPAC, I guess, that turned into CCG because it was trading in the pre-market, and IPOs don't do that. No, hardly any volume right now. Let's check our news. Okay, so this was a SPAC. Yeah, so that was a SPAC. The Cheche Group, Cheche, I don't know, and Prime Impact complete their business combination. So it started trading as CCG this morning. Hardly any volume. So it is almost noon now, guys. So first of all, just want to confirm it'll be Chris. I'm pretty sure it'll be Chris, but I want to be sure. And before I leave, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to. I'm sure it's going to be Chris today. Well, guys, look at the AER now. All right, it is going to be Chris today. So Chris will be in our YouTube room in probably less than 10 minutes. He usually shows up a little bit early, maybe 5 to 12 Eastern time, of course. So what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in to the main room so you guys can head over and listen to Chris. It's always a good idea, guys. I mean, I have a certain trading style, of course. We have 5 days of the week. We have five different traders that take over for me between 12 and 1 Eastern. And again, today's Wednesday, so today is Chris's day. Tomorrow it's Michael Noss, Jamie on Wednesday, Steve on Thursday, and Andy on Friday. And they all have different trading styles. So it's always, I think it would be interesting for you guys to head over and listen to a different trading style. And you can ask, it's probably a little more of a Q&A, though guys can ask me questions all day long. I think people are a little, I don't shy or thinking you're going to bother me. You're not bothering me. In fact, on the contrary, it keeps me from getting bored. There's some very boring days sometimes, so I love answering questions. So you can see exactly where it got up to. It got up to this area right there that looked like it should stall it. 648 was the high. I mean, the high here is 624 and then 659. You can kind of see right in this area was a big stall zone, potential stall zone, and that's what happened. Now, had there been shorts, had there been shorts available for this, here's the bouncers toppers. So there was the Mira at 1140 up to 626, and we're down at 503 right now. Now, here's the deal, guys. with all these, and this is why I'm really interested in perhaps really concentrating on something like this going forward, because what happens is we get the alert at 6:26, okay, but look what happened. It moved up to 6:51 from 6:26. So the theory could be that if it moves back down to that original alert, you could take it there and put your stop at the high. Now that would have been a fairly wide stop, on a $6 stop or stock, putting it 648. So, about a 22-cent stop. But in this case, it would have worked, because remember, what we're always trying to do is get double. If you're going to risk 20 cents, you want to have a reasonable opportunity to get 40 cents on the trade before. And that's all I'm doing. I'm just looking left to see, okay, where could the stock go before it hits what I would consider, say, if I were shorting, a support area. Is it far enough away based on my stop that the trade makes sense? And I'm always, I do not go into a trade with a reasonable expectation of making at least a 1-for-2 risk reward. So again, if I'm going to risk 20 cents, I want to be able to look at the chart and say, yeah, I could make 40 cents on this trade. Now, it may not happen. Just because I think I could doesn't mean it's going to happen, of course. But for instance, I wouldn't say risk 20 cents, and then if I look underneath and I see what I would consider maybe a lot of support, if I'm going short, 10 cents away, I'm not going to risk 20 cents to try to make 10 cents. Boy. And what I like about this idea is you have a pretty defined stop. Okay, guys. Again, Chris usually shows up at about 5:02. So what I'm going to do right now is get my announcement in. Did I put the YouTube link in? Well, I'll put it in again. I put it in, okay. All right, AER worked out extremely well, guys. And there he is. I hear that little telltale pop.
Here I am.
All right, guys, Chris is in the YouTube room now, so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. Okay, so Mr. Christopher Varley, how the heck are you?
Oh, we're doing all right over here.
Are we doing all right? Are you talking about myself
scalpings.
Also, or
the royal we?
The royal we, yes.
Me and all my friends inside my office here.
Anything of interest that you did today?
AVGR.
Wow.
I messed up the first entry on it, which I was obviously not thrilled about. I didn't have the settings correct in Thinkorswim. I don't know what I did. Anyways, I thought I was in. I'm like, oh my goodness, and then no, I wasn't. But then when it made that second break over 8 and shot up to like 840 something. I grabbed it just below 8 and I got out at 841. So
wow, that was a quick trade then.
Yes, it was really quick.
Candles.
It was really quick.
A really quick trade. Yeah, good for you.
And,
I know it's hard for you.
Other than that,
hard for you. I don't mean because you're a bad trader, just because you've got.
Well, I wouldn't call myself a good trader either, but I'm here nonetheless.
Yeah.
And I did something not similar, but I scalped AFRM as well. It took when it went over 25.20 the last time that it went over that. I took that, and then when it struggled up around 25.50, I got out of it.
Okay.
I got out 25.47 actually.
I'll give you a half a gold star for that one.
I appreciate that.
All right, Chris. Wow, look at HWC on the move here. HWC is on the move.
HWC.
Yeah, Hancock Whitney Corporation is on the move for some reason.
Oops,
Piper Sandler upgrading them with a $47 price target. So the stock's at 39, so they're obviously right. It's going to go to 47. So what do you say, Chris? Everything in?
I'm going to get my broker on the phone right now.
Okay.
Mortgage everything.
Excellent. Okay. Well, I'll follow suit.
100%.
So I'll let you get in first.
Excellent. Kids' college fund is already in it.
Okay. I'll let you. People wondering what the heck are these guys talking about? Okay. I'll let you go. I'll see you in about an hour.
All right. Sounds good, Barry. We'll see you then.
Okay, bye.
So happy Monday, everybody. As Barry makes his way to his break, settling on in here myself. Let's see, we did this on Friday too. So get me a Monday, Friday for those of you that were here on Friday as well. Not a whole lot has changed since then, but nevertheless, we're here. We do what we do. This is obviously, well, I shouldn't say obviously. Sorry, apologize. That's the wrong word. This session, for those that are newer here or not as familiar with the format, it's an open format. You folks come in, ask questions. Generally like them to be software related. How, we can take a look at some charts and things overall markets. I always find it best when you folks are driving the content, especially software wise. It forces me to dig deep on my knowledge of the software, opens up my brain, makes me better at what I do overall, not just teaching software, but trading. And then I think a lot of times questions get asked in here. Other people may have had that same question, not even know they actually had it, right? And so we all really benefit as a community when you folks are driving the content of this. With all of that said, if nobody has any questions or nobody feels like chiming in at the time, I'll do my best to keep this moving and relevant as to the markets and possibly the software as well. So, not a whole lot of movement in the overall markets as I kind of just slide right into that. We're about where we were when I talked to you last Friday. We had a slight move down in the markets after we parted ways on Friday, and we're right back to where we moved off of when I was talking to you at that noon session on Friday. And just to illustrate that here for you all, this is where we were when we had our noon session on Friday, and we're just a smidge below that now, right? So, depending on what narratives you're following and things of that nature, what your portfolio is, obviously the market feels like it's moving one way or another a lot for or against you, whereas the overall market truly isn't doing a whole lot over the last few months for sure. With that said, I see this IDAI moving across my races here. Got to pull that up and see what's happening right here. Commercial information. All right, so I think this is one of those AI plays. I can't ignore something like this happening here. Almost a double red bar ignore going on. Not a ton of liquidity in it. Obviously, anemic volume in there for sure. But we can see, a little something coming in on here as compared to, let's bring up a 30-minute chart and see if we can't scroll back some days here. So, we see, a little bit of volume here and then nothing much. A tiny tick up in this here, right up into there. Tiny lingering from that big bar there, and then nothing, and this here. So I don't know, is it the start of something more? I have no idea, right? But these are the things we try to identify as traders, anomalies, and see if there is any juice and idea generation worthy of our trading plan on those. Now I'm going to set a price alert here just for fun. I'm setting it in this area here because of this bar here. If it took that out, then are we looking up here in the 280s and the threes. I don't know. Just going to set it. Why not? What's the worst that happens? I don't trade it, right? And again, folks, anybody with questions, please fire those away for me. Outside of that, MDRX, something I actually have a price alert for. I was looking at it. Didn't take that. I took that AFRM trade instead. I don't know what to make of this. I mean, obviously up solid 7.75% on the day here today. It's got good relative volume. I'd like to see the liquidity a touch more than what we're seeing there, but it is what it is. There it is. And certainly above this bar here, definitely some room to the upside still on it. Will it do it? Obviously I have no idea, but I'll throw this out there as well with it. If we're looking at it on a 15-minute chart, let's look at it on a 15-minute chart to 15-minute chart with the SPY here. We'd see the SPY kind of this curl up movement. And this was just a rocket out of the cannon early on. Let's see, consolidation. I don't know if it's really consolidation, but sideways action going on here. Market has begun to lift itself out of the basement of the day. So maybe that can add a little juice to this here. Again, does it have much more juice on it after a 7+% move? I don't know. But nevertheless, I got a price alert. It's come through some races looking at it. So let's see, Steely Stan looking. Idea the stock sitting at long support. Is Bill a long idea here? Bill. I'm guessing you're asking about this here. I'm not a fan of what we got going on here overall. And why aren't I a fan of it? Well, we topped out here and a lower high and a lower high and a lower high. So the trend is down as far as I'm concerned. Does that mean it can't reverse? Absolutely not. Of course, it could reverse right now. Reverse in a day or three, right? If you've got something, in your plan that says maybe I should be taking a look here, I could see some logic and reason behind that. At least, what my eye sees. You got this going on here in this level at about $100. Get that line a little thicker and brighter for us to be able to all envision what I'm seeing anyways. And I'm guessing what you're seeing, something in here, right? I don't know. I'm just taking a shot in the dark here. So trying to look and find that support that's right here. It did bounce off of it at one point. So is it pot and it bounced off of it again? Well, I won't say pop back through it here. It's bouncing around it again. So I can totally understand taking a look at that right there. It does set up an interesting risk reward scenario in the sense that if you're wrong here, you know where you're headed next, and it's likely the bottom here at, 90 and change, and then filling this gap down here to 80. So you got some well-defined downside levels. Now you have to ask yourself on the defined downside levels, is that risk worth wherever you think the reward is to the upside? Is that upside here at 120? Is it at 140? Is it 130? Because we could see some pretty defined levels here on those $10 increments, to be honest. Right through here. So that's going to be, that's 110, 120, 130, 140. I think those are fairly well defined. So that's what I'd be looking at that as far as Bill goes. Kind of guessing some of the thought process you're having there. And I'm on board with it. I totally see where you're coming from with that. Peter, still learn what can I do on weekends to prepare for the week? Rip as many charts, rip through as many charts as you can. Right. I have, a couple scans that I go through. I've showed them a million times. If I need to show them again, just let me know. But I've got my lifetime high scan, right? So I rip through this scan first. These scans serve a multitude of purposes for me, not just the stocks that are on them, but how many stocks are on them. When, I've got 25, 30, 40, 50 stocks that are within 15% of all-time highs, I'm feeling a lot more bullish than when I've got, 20, 15, 10 or less stocks on this scan. Right now, it's a tough look to try to do that because we're still in the middle of the trading day here. So there may be stocks that populate here later in the day, but are not making it because of volume qualifiers right now. So, I go through this scan on the weekends, whether it's late Friday night, early Saturday morning, Saturday night, Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon, whatever it is. When the market's settled for the weekend, I go through this scan here. Go through and look at their stocks that interest me, and I put them on different, different lists. Mostly my liked list is what I use for a lot of this stuff. And I do the same thing again with my what I call my evening scan. Oops. And I got that right there. That's going to populate there. And the same thing, there's volume metrics on here. So this will probably, unless the market completely falls apart during the day, the rest of the day here, this will probably have more stocks on it by the time the market closes than it does right now. And again, this is stocks that are trying to, break out of a 20-day range or so. And so when I see more stocks breaking out of 20-day ranges than, what I'm typically seeing, again, that puts me more towards bullish mindset. And so these are things that I'm looking at. So for example, here, over the weekend, I saw CBAB. I wish I had taken this, but it just wasn't enough liquidity for me earlier in the day with the market kind of chopping around. Obviously, hindsight trading. I should have taken it on the 17 break, right? I mean, come on, no way to really have known that. Obviously, I wish I did, but anyways, it was there nonetheless. Put it on my liked list. CCCS is another one. Put it on my liked list. Right now it isn't doing what I thought it might do or hoped it might do. Plenty of liquidity, plenty of volume. Not going to ignore it. It's, right there near all-time highs as well. And then I've got my go to the well stuff that's in here. Palantir. OWL was another one that was on my evening scan here. Made this big move here. We're off this bottom here. And got to ask myself, all right, we've got this bottom in here. We've got a higher low. Is this going to be yet another higher low? I don't know. I'd like to see another day or two close up above this level for more confirmation. But I am dealing with this $14 resist that's above there. So, in this area here, am I risking, about $1 to make $1? Not overly crazy about a 1-1 risk, but we're going to keep it on the my liked, at least for today anyways, and we'll see how it shakes out. So that's what I'm doing, Peter, on the weekends. You can go through and, I don't know if you have scans that are like that for yourself. If you don't have those scans at this point or anybody else that wants those, I will share those right now. So there's that one. That's the lifetime high. My evening scan, share, copy. And that's the evening scan. And the last thing that I do, or I won't say the last thing I do, but the other important thing I do is, I go through the sectors, right? And I start looking, SMH, what's the SMH doing? Oops. What's the SMH doing right now? What is the, XHB, the home builders, what are they doing? What is China doing? FXI. What is, oil doing? God, I can't type today. Sorry. What is oil doing here? What is, what is gold doing? What is lithium ion doing? What are the solars doing? So I go through all these sectors, finding sectors that, are they leaders? Are they laggers? Are they consolidating? Do they look like they might be next in the rotation? Things of that nature. So those are the things that I'm doing over the weekend that you can do as well. So sorry, I was just looking at a chat and an email that had come in, someone that I'm having a back and forth with trying to help with something. So yeah, those are the things. That's the kind of quote unquote, what I'd call homework that I do over the weekend. If anybody else has, questions, please keep tossing those into me here. Outside of that, I guess, what else do we have going on here today? So we talked about AVGR, took a trade in that. The real killer was I got this trade on this. Actually, I don't know if it's that bar or not, 'cause I wasn't on a 15-minute chart. Let's narrow in a little bit better. All right, so I took this trade on this move here above, and I thought I put an order in to get it at 715, and I didn't realize I didn't get filled. And then all this happened. I'm like, oh yeah, go. And then I looked over and I'm like, why isn't my order showing? Why don't I see a P&L movement? And the reason I didn't see it is because I clicked the wrong thing. And anyways, there it is. To say I was upset would be an understatement. After the halt got out, I decided that I would take a shot. It was on this candle here. It broke above. No, it wasn't. It had to be on this candle here. It broke above 8. I was actually looking at a 3-minute chart here. So it broke above 8 up to here. And I knew that it might struggle right there, considering that was the high of the day. Jumped back out of that trade real fast. I mean, I was lightning in and lightning out, and it's continued to do this since. Is that over for the day? I have no idea. It's, below the VWAP now. So hard telling, not knowing. Where's the VWAP is? Okay, it's going to be a little ridiculous here. Interesting. This is not going to a 3 like it normally does. All right. Anyways, VWAP's at 711. So I'm sorry, it's not below the VWAP. Just look like it is on the chart here. It gets back above it. Maybe I'm interested again. You got, resistance in here and here and here before you get back to that 8 resistance. Set price alert here at that 740 just to wake me up in case it does do anything. And let it be there. What else? Was there some other stuff? Iowa, looked at that from Friday as well as coming through here. I thought about it on this 6 break here. I didn't feel confident in it. Hindsight trading, there's a little bit of alpha to be had there, not a ton. The thing isn't moving crazy, so it's not like you get in this and it's going to, it doesn't appear that it's going to reverse on you instantly and destroy you. But all the same, it just wasn't crazy about it. Looking at this daily chart here, knowing that there's news involved in it, so on and so forth. AMPX made this crazy move, gave some back. I don't know. We'll see if it sets up again later. Definitely plenty of liquidity and volume in it. See if that comes back in again. As a matter of fact, let's set a price alert here below 5. Just keep an eye on that. Fate. Nothing here that interests me whatsoever. Thing is a falling knife, and no thanks. CABA was this one. We talked about this one already. It came from my evening scan. That's how I had my eye on it earlier in the day. It also came through here, and it came through here as well on those 2 scans. SQL. I haven't even looked at that, so I have no idea. Nothing I'm interested in. This is biotech inverse ETF. No interest there. No real interest in this either. And MDRX. Did I see you today? Yeah. Oh, we talked about this stuff. Sorry. So that kind of wraps out things that I was looking at and interested in on the day here. See, Otto's put in Groupon, GRPN. Having itself quite a day here, up 11.8%, give or take. Very nice. Not doing it on any unusual volume, really bucking the trend of the entire market. You gotta like that. That's a feel-good moment right there. No, for anybody that's in that or looking at that for whatever reason. Kind of a rounded bottom happening here, right? It's of some prior resistance. Definitely in a short-term uptrend, trying to break this long-term uptrend, right? Interesting looking, constructive, very constructive. All right. CRDO. I took this off my liked list today after this move down here. Of course, now it's going to pop up on the races, but not going to change my mind about that for now anyways. But a wild run here after they got destroyed by someone else's news on guidance on chips. It absolutely wrecked, and I actually owned it back in here when that happened. Really put a hurt on me. And then, of course, several months later, we see this go on. But, how could I know? I had to, I cut bait back here because it had blown way through the stop that I had. Kind kind of in this down channel again here, broadening channel. So anyways, just saw that coming through there. And again, anybody with questions, please hit me with those. Hit me with those. What else is there to look at today? Was there anything else that really came through that was interesting to me? We talked about Iova. BCRX. Andy made mention of this. I traded the stock tons and tons several years ago. Was in and out, a few swing trades and things like that. Things really come undone since back in that time. It happened to be a Holly alert today. I had nothing to do with me looking at it, to be honest, though. It was coming through the races, and Andy mentioned it. No real interest for me in that. Got to do a little more to prove worthy of my real interest in it. I set a price alert just in case for a day trade, but I had my doubts. PATH, was coming through races early on. Nothing to do there. I guess that's really it. That's the highlight of my days. Outside of that, did notice UNG here. Slightly up on the day here. Natural gas has just been absolutely wrecked since it's a triple top that happened. Double top, I guess, right? Just absolutely smoked after that. Treated me well on this run up and this run up here. I participated in this run up here, but late, and then I ended up taking some losses on some gas stocks back here, but that's the name of the game. It hasn't done much since. They do call natural gas the widowmaker for a reason. Anyways, nevertheless, just kind of found it interesting here. Running sideways for a very long time. We're coming into heating seasons in the Northern Hemisphere. We'll see how that all kind of plays out. I don't think the B dry that you're shipping. Not a whole lot to comment there as well. And let's look at some sectors by position and range. So oil going to be our strongest, really off to the races, up and away. Trying to get up above this level in here. So that's fairly significant. More oil. This is going to be communications here. Communications. Making a case for it to try to be a market leader here. Very beautiful trend all through in here. We've seen a choppier trend here that went on, but it was a trend nonetheless. Got some consolidation, pull back into here. Let's see if we can't break back above that level into 70 and push on. And if we look at the weekly chart on picture inside, a lot of room up to there. A lot of room up to there on that for communications. It's one of your real bright spots on the year. Uranium now. Uranium's done most of its work in the last month and a half. Month and a half or so. You had it real low here, but obviously a lot of overhead to get through and then really kind of blasted up through that rate in there. So uranium's done a lot of its work here since the end of July, I guess we call it, beginning of August. Month and a half, 2 months. Again, energy themed seems to be the kind of charts we're looking at here. Communications being the odd one out. There's your XLE kind of hanging around in here. And again, pretty big levels that we're looking at going back into mid-2022 when the overall market deteriorated. I don't know. Can energy do it? I don't know. It's hard not to look at this here. And when I see this kind of setup here, I think of Steve always talking about that bird in the hand, that bird in the hand looking to take flight look. It has that look to me. Will it do it? I obviously have no idea, and I'm not going to rush right into it. A couple of weeks ago, I thought a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, I thought I'd get heavy some energy stocks. I didn't, and I'm glad I didn't because they've either come undone a bit or have gone nowhere. And I'd rather not have money just tied up running sideways right now and just sitting there. So we're in a traditionally very weak part of the cycle and season. So both cyclicals and seasonals have us in a weak market trend. But the fact that that is going on and we haven't really sold off also is very noteworthy, right? Very noteworthy. Again, I know I'm just kind of rambling along here, folks, and I don't want to bore anybody to death with any of this. There's a lot of inside thought coming out here that, inner narrative. So folks, please, if you've got questions, don't be afraid to interrupt me. Absolutely interrupt me here. Let's skip over the QQQs. We'll look at, again, this is kind of communications here. So we've got two communication ETFs here to look at. This is obviously a lot less traded. All the same, has a similar look to the XLC. And keep our eye on it. Papa Dow. I mean, kind of hard to argue with the fact that Papa Dow has not sold off. And we got to ask ourselves if value investing is what's going to be coming back in again versus growth. But a very nice trend here intact. You can even draw that trend line all the way back to last October's lows, that CPI number. We held this 340 number here, right? So prior resistance. Does it become support here as a catapult up into these levels? And that's your all-time highs on the Dow. Illustrated by the diamonds here, the ETF, DIA. Cannot ignore these things here. Cannot ignore these things. IYE going to be your other energy ETF here. And again, looks very similar to the XLE. This is going to be your consumer staples. No, technology. I'm sorry. XLK. Your consumer staple. I don't know why I keep wanting to say consumer staples. Your technology here. We got to ask ourselves, holding up pretty well here in this chop. It's up here near the nosebleed sections of all-time highs, right? Hasn't massively sold off. I mean, it was a good sell-off that happened there, bounced off of it. Interestingly enough, the area that it bounced off was that breakout area here, right? Broke out of this, come back, tested that, bounced. So we've got two schools of thoughts that could happen here. Is it finding support here and building a case? Or did we put in a high and this is a lower high now? Both very arguably acceptable. Also, we could look and see without a question, head and shoulders there, right? I certainly see that head and shoulders. I don't know if anybody else sees it. So I don't know. What's it going to do? Nobody knows, but I don't think this resolves itself without the market resolving itself. The market and this will resolve itself together, I suspect. Back to the SMH here. We discussed that a moment ago. Almost head and shoulderish here in the SMH too, right? Can't ignore these things. Can't ignore these things. So what we'll see is all a good long swing idea. Well, I can't say if it's a good long swinger idea or not because I am not a financial advisor. I'm absolutely not allowed to say things like that. Things that I can look at here is the chart, where it's been, where it is now. Seems to have struggled massively at that level. Come undone on a bounce, back undone on a bounce. So you got a high and a lower high and a lower high and possibly a lower high. So it's without a question a downtrend. Will it remain in that downtrend? Obviously, nobody knows, but it's certainly painting itself into a corner that way. Below this level here, 100, and then really look out after that, because if you take out 100, you're coming down to these levels down here. So again, I cannot answer, is it a good idea or a bad idea? I have no idea. It's an idea. Know your defined risk levels, know your defined upside possible rewards, and then you have to execute what you believe to be a trading plan and manage that risk from there. but at the moment, downtrendish, But, this is where people that like to find value in pullbacks, this is where they find their bread and butter. So if you're if you're looking for value in pullbacks and things of that nature, this might be one for you, and a break above that trend line, that downwards trend line there, might signal some to the upside. And you've got this kind of level down here. I don't know, is that 110-ish, 105? So below 105, likely testing 100. After 100, what happens? Again, anybody's guess is as good as anybody else's. That's what I see there. That's what I got. That's my 2 cents there for whatever that's worth. Yeah, all technical analysis. The only part of technical analysis that's not subjective is price and volume. That's it. Everything else is subjective, and everything else comes from price and volume. Go figure. But where something is positioned on a moving average is subjective. How extended it is off a moving average or extended below a moving average, all subjective, subjective, subjective. AVGR breaking down more right now. Looks like breaking down some again. Said AMPX set off a price alert under 5. So there it is, fighting with it right there. Not going to rush into that right there currently, but cannot ignore that. That's for sure. That certainly matters. The other thing I consider too with any day trade that I'm looking at is obviously what's the overall market doing right now. Are there going to be other day traders interested in it? If they're interested, are they interested from the long side, the short side? Is it likely a split? Trying to get inside the mind of a trader. Why would I be interested in a long? Why would I be interested in a short of it? Things of that nature. So anyways, there it is right there. What else? Anything else? The home builders here. Sorry, jump back into this. So some of these sectors, that looked good for a while here, that helped drag the overall market up now. Some of them look not in a great position. Other ones look like they're really, really neutral on where they're going to go. Home builders is one that don't look great. All of a sudden, the SMH looks a little top heavy, right? Technology, you could argue either way. So, it is what it is there. Like I said, my train of thought on this technology one is this a high or low? You can argue a lot of different things here. Anyways, we'll just take a front row seat to see what happens. There goes CABA over 18 now. I didn't notice that it poked above 18 before, or didn't acknowledge it at least. MDRX kind of still chugging along here. Can't ignore these things. Can't ignore these things. Can't ignore these things. Anything else? Anything else? I got Palantir coming across the race here. It's made a nice move now. The overall market's done something similar. Just one of the things with Palantir is had that big downgrade. I guess it's a couple of weeks ago now. I don't know which day it was. I'm guessing it was All right there, chart. If you could scroll the way that I'd like you to. Almost there. Oh, there we go. I'm guessing, was it this day that downgrade happened or one of these other red days? I'm not sure. One of these big red days it took a downgrade from somebody. Never really sold off after that. And even with some of the market selling off, market goes, or the SPY goes up above, let's say, 450, just a touch over 450, back down in the 443 range. This hasn't chopped a terribly large amount and moved to the downside like a lot of stocks have tended to do with that. So anyways, there's Palantir. Just one of those stocks I can't take my eyes off of for some reason. Probably does nothing, but nevertheless watching. There's AMPX again, setting off a price alert. Trying to fight here above that. All right, nothing else coming in at the moment. We talked about that, and we talked about that. Interestingly enough, that the XOP here is red on the day, while the XLE and the IYE are positive on the day. Can't ignore that. Can't ignore that. And with the also natural gas up on the day as well. Yeah, can't ignore those types of things, the divergences, if you will. Your XLF, whole lot of nothing. Again, be looking at, whoops. Yes. Are these lower highs connecting the dots? Kind of, kind of. That short-term uptrend has just been broken, it looks like. Who knows? Who knows? Is this market setting up for another flush? We're ready for another leg up. Is there any other sector I really want to go over? I mean, I beat up on the TAN plenty. I don't think anybody needs me to beat up on the TAN anymore. Just solars. Your regional banking here. Now, this was back when that Republic Bank collapse thing happened or whatever, and the world was ending, and then it didn't again. I mean, the overall sector of regionals doesn't look great. So, it's an area of the market that lags and certainly is not helping its case. The Utes. What exactly is a Ute? Hopefully some people get that reference in here. Utilities here. I don't know. They don't look great either. Utilities generally tend to be a flight to safety. Pay dividends and things of that nature. Everybody's got to try to keep the lights on, if you will. And where a lot of utilities come in. Not awesome looking. XRT, little retail sector, also not awesome looking. So we did what I'm doing here. Sorry, we went through stuff that's positive on the year, kind of looking at stuff that's negative on the year right now. It's we're coming sliding in to the fourth quarter very shortly here. And how does the rest of the year play out? Yeah, REITs. I shouldn't say REITs because REITs is actually a thing. The retails don't look awesome, to say the least. This is your real estate. And again, very similar look actually to retail. Isn't that something? So, no, a lot of stuck in the mud. A lot of hurry up and wait, right? A lot of hurry up and wait. We got lots of time still. And I don't know. There's not a whole lot else to go over in sector land, I feel like. I guess, the last thing to really look at here is on daily chart, the SPY here, right? We're just really kind of stuck in this box, right? Made this move up and a break down again. This is off the October lows of last year. And then we made a move up and we couldn't quite get through this level, but we made a slightly higher low here. And then we moved up and we really consolidated a really nice bit here, even there before the train actually left the station and moved up. But it made that move up, made this move up. That's been it, right? It's hard to believe it's been that long now, right? Looking at July, it looks so far back now, and I guess it really is, in a sense, right? So, anyways, I read some bearish narratives. I get it. I read some bullish narratives. I get it. I don't have a pulse on it. I kind of sit and wait and just trade the stocks that are coming in front of me right now. I'm not trying to guess anything when it comes to the market, because guessing game is only fun with little kids. And again, any with questions, shoot those at me. Yeah, right. I guess I'm getting silent treatment still. What else could we look at here? I just don't have a whole lot else going on right now. This is one of those weird lackluster days. The market hasn't sold off, right? It's actually up right now. Just realized now it's up a whole 1/3% right now, right? All right. This is GPP. Not a whole lot going on there. We talked about Groupon just a short while ago. Coming across the race now. What's Groupon's lifetime high? 255. Whoa. Okay. Didn't see that coming. How far back do we got to find the Groupon at 255? We got to go really far back. My goodness. That's something. There must have been a split or something, I'm guessing. See, SOUN, whole lot of nothing still. It's one of those AI plays that I've continued to keep my eye on, but nothing. Nothing. Amazingly enough, the thing is still doing quite a bit of it has quite a bit of liquidity in it still, right? Over 5 million shares traded, likely to probably head up north of 7 million before the day is over. How do I show the momentum in stocks? That's kind of a subjective question, but different moving averages is one way, or a VWAP is another way for momentum. You know, whether you want to use EMA or an SMA, we only scan with SMAs. You put EMAs on charts, but I mean, in theory, this EMA is showing momentum to the upside right now, right? But if I were to add a longer period EMA, let's add another EMA here. Let's add a 30 period. Right? Not quite the same momentum to the upside as this was, right? in a scan, we could build something, try and find some momentum. Let's do that as an exercise together, and just get rid of that indicator. I don't want that on my chart. So let's take a look. Let's go new. Let's bring out an alert window. We're trying to find some momentum. We're going to go with a new high alert as well as the cross above resistance. We'll start there. And let's put price floor of $10 in there. We're trying to find stuff that's got some momentum here, but doesn't necessarily need relative volume to have some momentum to the upside. And of course, momentum, time frame matters. Are we looking on a daily chart? Are we looking on a 5-minute chart? Are we looking on a weekly chart? Right? Those things will matter. I'm going to guess you want something intraday. So that's where I'll start to head towards, but feel free to redirect anything that you want to, of course. Let's get a minimum volume in here. Let's go 550,000. I'm going to want to be up on the day, open and close. Do both of those. Let's see. Now we got to get some filters in here. So SMA saying 15 minutes. We could look at the, well, you know what? Let's go with change. So let's say over the last 15 minutes, the stock is up. That's not what I wanted to do. Add that filter. It's got to be up in the last 15 minutes. Let's even say it's up over the last 30 minutes. Let's add that in here as well. So we've got stuff that's, hopefully trending up a bit. Now we could just see what this has for us at the moment. Let's bring that over. Let's run some history for today. Scroll down. Well, that's a lot. We're gonna have to narrow this down a bit more. That's just too much coming through. Let's see. Let's look at let's say it's above a 20 period on a 15-minute. Let's go with a percent. Let's see what that gives us for a data set here. But, these are the things that I'd be looking at here when doing this exercise. All right, so MBLY. That's, some momentum to the upside. And then, of course, how much momentum we could add other intraday volume metrics. I don't know if you want to see stuff that's, got more or less volume, how much interest is in it. ONON. Another one, momentum obviously ended here. Of course, we're going to find our false breakouts. AYX. It was trending up, and then that was that. We could let's add maybe a little volume metrics to this too, intraday. Usually when people say momentum, they want to see some kind of loftier volume than normal at that moment anyways. Let's go with 200 in that 5-minute volume. That starts to narrow things down more. No, not all just today. We're seeing some of those same names. Also seeing some names disappear in here. So Carvana was alerting early. Boom, and reversal. We're alerted a ton early, 53. I mean, that thing alerted real early, shot through. I mean, it was over $2 on that alert. Zim. Yeah. It's also hard to find a lot of momentum stocks right now when the market is doing this. The market is just really running sideways. So your real momentum plays are going to be few and far in between, to say the least. Definitely a few quality alerts coming through this. We talked about CCCS. You know, had that move and then got the block laid down on it. Let's see as we scroll back up. Dash. I think it's DoorDash now. The problem with Dash is it wasn't going to alert earlier than this because of that volume metric in there. But if we take that minimum shares out, then we're going to get a lot of other alerts that we probably don't want. GWP, we talked about this. I wouldn't call that a momentum. Frontline. That had some momentum in it to here, right? I suspect that re-alerted in this area as well. PDD. Kind of whippy, but all the same. Thing's got 1.3 billion in the float, so it doesn't exactly move a ton. AFRM. So pretty lofty move here in AFRM on the day. We discussed that earlier. So those are the kind of things that I'd be looking at for momentum. Just some other things we might want to look at too. And I'll share this out. Give me a second. We're just going to call it. We'll call it 15-minute momentum. But before we share it out, what else? We don't have to go with those two alerts that I shared either, that I selected in here. You could use some of the running up ones, right? Running up now, running up intermediate, so on and so forth. There are different. I don't think about channel breakouts. That wouldn't make any sense. Geometric patterns don't make any sense. You may want to consider, instead of any of the other highs, these timed highs, 15-minute, 5, 10, 15, 30, and 60-minute highs. Range breaks aren't going to be something you want to see. Linear regression and all that won't be anything you want to see. Those aren't really momentum plays in that sense. None of these candle patterns would really lead me into a momentum state of mind. Obviously, a range break is not part of momentum, generally speaking. You might consider, a 1-minute volume burst as well. Or a longer term one if you want to go to 15. These are some different things to look at. You definitely don't want range involved. Not for momentum anyways. Consecutive candles might be something you want to look at here. Keep in mind, consecutive candles is not green candles. I know people want a green candles one. It's not what it is. Because you could have a candle gap up above another one, and then it moves down, and it's a red candle, but it's up above the previous candle, so that's an up candle. We put the change in here for the 15 and 30 minutes. You can also go smaller or larger time frames, obviously, on that. I don't think, if you're looking for momentum plays, I don't think you necessarily want to tether yourself to the market scanning wise in any way. Distance from your pivots, probably not going to make a lot of sense. You might want to look at VWAP. So your VWAP 1, that's going to be your intraday VWAP. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Those are going to be back, a day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, essentially. So it's, 2 days worth of VWAP to this point, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days worth of VWAP. These would include today, obviously. The distances, sorry, you don't want these ones here. These are just actual numbers. You want the distances from VWAP. Is what you want to look at for that. We talked about change from close and open. We put that into the scanner already. Post-market should have nothing to do with your intraday scanning. And if you're looking for momentum carrying over from the previous day, then maybe you want to consider previous day filter here. Change from previous day. I don't think that's really where you were headed with it, but I just thought I'd mention it in case there's other scans or thoughts, or, kind of gets the juices flowing for a different set of ideas of other scan building and things of that nature. The rest of these. Momentum, again, RSI. You might want to throw some RSI in there, right? Something to consider. RSI on some different time frames. Bollinger Bands, great for momentum. In the spirit of John Bollinger, always, people generally like to use Bollinger Bands as a pullback to the mean. That is not how John Bollinger uses them or why he created them. To overly simplify it from him is a break of the top band is momentum to the upside, break of the lower band is momentum to the downside. So you might want to consider a 15-minute Bollinger Band and finding yourself near the top of that band or broken the top of that band. Those are the kind of things that I'd point you towards. I'm going to go ahead and share this out, though, as is. Whoop, that's not what I want to not configure. Save or share. Save and share to cloud, excuse me. Copy and paste. And, you might want to play around with the values because the values that I put in there are just kind of values that came to me. You may not like all those values. I may do a scan watch list that searches for potential pump and dump targets, a search on very low floaters. Yeah, I mean, you could absolutely do that. You're probably going to want to look at stuff that moved real fast. So I'd be looking at, stuff that's making a new high. I wouldn't look for crossed above resistance. That doesn't make any sense at this point if you're looking for that change. So, I don't know over what time frame, but in a 5-minute time frame, let's say you want to see stuff that's moved, 3% or more maybe over the last 5 minutes. It's a hefty move, right? So that might be something you want to see. I don't know, $2 minimum if you're looking for real pump and dumps. That's the kind of stuff there, Benson, that I would be looking at as far as that stuff goes. Do you want to see it really extended off of an SMA? Take a look at the different SMAs in different time periods here. Probably going to want to look at shorter time frames for the most part, maybe an 8 on the 5, add that and see that it's extended. Let's say 2% off of that, for example. Call it extended short term. Let's just see what's kind of come through this here. Where are you? There you go. You know what? You're probably going to want some short-term volume in this too. Sorry. Let's volume. I'm going to probably want a 1-minute volume spike in there. Let's go with let's go with 750 there. Let's also maybe add a little 5-minute. Where are you? There we go. Let's go with 250 there. Let's see how that changes this look here. And I didn't put a minimum volume qualifier for the day because what if something just all of a sudden has that kind of pump and dump feel to it, and it's only traded, let's say, 170,000 shares, and it's 11 o'clock in the morning. 170,000 shares at 11 o'clock in the morning generally isn't very liquid, and as far as I consider, which is still subjective. Someone else might say it's plenty of liquidity for them, but then all of a sudden, boom, in comes all that volume out of nowhere. And as part of kind of that pump and dump, there's no way to ever really know, is it a pump and dump, but here's something that was quite a move up and a move down, right? AMPX was one without, for the moment anyways, a move up and a move down. Yes. Which one?
CCG.
CCG. Oof. Oh my goodness. That is not a pump and dump. Oh my God.
Not a dump yet.
Yeah, but look, see, here's my thing. 144,000 shares. Yeah. Do you really want to be involved in that?
Yeah, well, Yeah, if I got in at 10, yeah.
Yes, well, yes, of
Would've been
course.
like,
But at 10, it was also probably about 10 shares.
mhm.
So
Well, it's funny, Chris, we're seeing more and more of these SPACs that turn, because you can see it was a SPAC because it started trading.
yeah,
I mean, it looks like an IPO, but you know it's not an IPO
yep.
because you see some pre-market trading. So you know it was a SPAC. And, I looked at the news and okay, whatever, whatever, and now whatever. My
Yeah.
goodness. Oh, wow. It's
Yeah,
just a matter if you take one of these, where the heck do you put your stop? I mean, that's the thing. And even if you put a stop in, you're not necessarily going to get filled at your stop. It could blow right through it. So you just got to be so careful.
yeah, I mean, and then the other thing too is with this, you figure your stop, right? Figure your share size on this thing, right?
Well,
Because
that's it.
I mean, you take 100 shares, are you going to have a $5 stop and risking $500? Now, obviously, if you got a, let's say, $5 million account, a $500 loss isn't a big deal, right?
Right.
But if you've got, a $50,000 account, I don't know, to me, a $500 loss is pretty sizable on a $50,000 account, at least to me, anyways. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
where are you going? Sure, let's pick a stop. All right. We can take 10 shares, you know what I mean? You can take 50,
Yeah.
like, that's where it becomes really tough with these things here, at least for me.
I also think
Anyways.
the hard part is even if you had the best intentions of having a $5 stop, you may not get out because you think it's going to come back. And
Yeah,
that I think is even more. I mean, okay, $500 loss. I mean, for some accounts, that's not going to be the end of the world. But I can almost guarantee that there will be a lot of people who have the best intentions in the world to put a $5 stop on something like this. But if it got down there, they think, you know what, this is going to come back, so I'm just going to let it run because I just have that feel. And then then it turns into $1,000, $1,500. And then that's when the sweat really starts,
yeah,
rolling down. But look
exactly.
at this. I mean,
I
that's
mean,
just,
yes, I love looking at these.
I love looking at them.
I love looking at them. I also like to remind myself of why I don't trade them.
Hmm.
And that's not to say I'd never trade something like this. I mean, look, if this thing was at like 11 million shares and
Yeah.
there's, more liquidity and I could break it down to smaller time frames where I felt a little more comfortable on those kind of more micro time frames, I'd start to consider something like, a 50 share position or something like that.
Well, and look at the spread.
Yeah.
45,
Yeah.
65, 48, 80. So, I mean, I mean, if you were going to tell me it's going to cut on another $20 and that $3 spread doesn't matter, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. Real quick before I go to Benson, that last link that I shared in there is that scan that I was just working on that extended short term there. So you take that as a template and kind of build on that there. So which one were we investing the farm into, Barry? I forgot.
I'm sorry, what?
Which stock were we in? We were going to bet the farm on before we parted ways at the beginning of this session here.
Wasn't it CCG? Oh no, it was I can't remember.
Me neither. But I'm sure we're rich now. I'll just have to check it later.
Yeah. All right, my friend. Thank you for spelling me for the hour. That's excellent.
Of course,
And,
of course.
We'll talk to you next week.
All right. Sounds good, Barry. I'll talk to you later. Bye, everybody. Thanks for a great session. We'll see you soon. Take care.
All right, guys. Let me get my music going. Just give me a moment. There we go. Okay, guys, back in all the rooms. Let me go to my announcement. Yeah, so we're just talking about, I mean, when did I take my break? Right around here, right at 12 o'clock. Yeah, so this was at $30. Because I mean, we've seen stocks up 300%, but usually the volume is way, 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 way more. So this is only 178,000 shares. So, but we saw this. Yeah, this is as a SPAC. You can always tell a SPAC, guys. Your clue is that when it looks like an IPO, but it was trading in the pre-market, and you can see there's sort of tan area right there. So you can see a candle there. So you know this was trading in the pre-market. That means it was a SPAC that converted into the CCG today. We see this a lot. And we just see this a lot, this sort of crazy action. And most of the time, these are not available to short. And certainly in Interactive Brokers, there are no shorts available. So I'm trying to see some of these toppers here, but the market's been pretty strong, so we're not getting too many. But ROL, I mean, it's coming into their high right there, 38.38. So it's getting very close. And the alert was at 38.05. So, it's moved somewhat off that alert. So again, what I will do is I'll just stick an alert, a price alert, just around that 38.05. See if this fails here to break through here, comes back down to this area, and maybe who knows, maybe it takes out 38 and has a the problem I got with this one though, I'm just looking now, looks like there'd be decent support around 37.90-ish. So it just doesn't have enough room to run, even if it Look, there's ARM, guys. ARM is, I think that was a trigger on the. Ooh, this is now at the low of the opening of the IPO price. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The IPO day, it's IPO day, which Thursday. That was the low, and now it's at that. I don't know what CPCs are in Canada, Blue. Even though I'm in Canada, I don't know if there's an equivalent to the SPACs. I don't know in Canada. You know what a SPAC is, though, right? Talking to somebody in their YouTube room. I would doubt that there's a big market for SPAC equivalents in Canada. I would really doubt that, but I may be wrong. Just, our market's just not big enough. Remember what a SPAC is, right? It's a company that is formed. Uh, Investors put money into it, and then that company goes and looks for a company to merge with, and it could take years. I mean, it can take really a long time. What they try to do is maybe find a company to merge with that is kind of in a hot sector. The problem with that is that it might take a year, could take a year and a half. And what they might think is a hot sector a year and a half ago may not be so hot today. But nonetheless, for instance, what do these guys do? What is the CCG as an example? A lot of times they're bios, but CCG is a looks like it's some kind of a tech stock. Parasite CCG. Thought I had the information up here at one point. Something in the profile, of course. Here we go. Here's the answer, guys. China, 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 China. So China's leading automotive insurance technology platform. Okay, so that is another reason why you've got all this, crazy action because it's a China stock, and we can sort of point towards a lot of the China stocks will do something like this, be they IPOs or SPACs. Not as many SPACs for China stocks that I can recall. But anyway, that's one reason. Wish I'd known that. Should have check that. Okay, guys. Well, this is getting hammered here. This Permian Resources, PR, maybe a potential bounce play, but boy, oh boy, I don't know. I'm finding the bounce plays are not as potentially as good as the shorting tops. This is another potential bounce play, I guess. OVV. The next low looking left is 40, right down around 46. I did see that Groupon did trigger. That was quite a run for Groupon. It was down around 12, wasn't it? Must have moved with the market. Yeah, I mean, this was quite a run for Groupon, GRPN. This is the trade of the week. Now, okay, I mean, the next high, what did it get to? Got right to that high, didn't it? 1325. And what did it get to? 1332, 1322, sorry. So kind of got right into this area. Yeah, Shady, I see your COSM has been, yeah, it's been pretty steady. A couple little pullbacks here, but pretty steady. COSM. Well, I put a price alert, believe it or not, at the high. Shoot, we were talking about, Chris was saying, well, how much do you take? Well, in something like this, I'm not going to disclose exactly. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to be taking because a huge share amount, but you don't need a lot, 50 or 100 shares. I'm not absolutely saying not to do this, okay? But now this is at the high of the day. And you have to watch the way this bid ask is flipping around. Look at that now, 49.31, 53.71. I mean, it's just wild. When, if there were there's just no shorts available. But maybe that's a good thing, right? When, a lot of people might have said, oh, okay, there's the high 34. Well, maybe here, maybe here, maybe here. Surely this must be the high up here at 48. Then it gets up to 52. I mean, very, very difficult to predict. Well, it's difficult to predict tops and bottoms on anything really, but in something like this where there are no shorts available, best not even to think about it. Oh, absolutely manipulation. There's no. Well, depends what you mean by manipulation. I mean, everything is manipulated. I mean, to a certain degree, but what's happening with XLE? Some of these energy stocks. That's the reason. So if you're going to take an energy play, you better look at XLE as kind of your proxy for what the market's doing. And you see XLE. So I'm looking at Oxy as this is another one in the bouncers toppers as maybe a potential bounce, but it's even worse than what the resource sector is doing. A little bit worse. Remember, I was looking at this IBEX earlier, and it just didn't have enough volume. But man, I mean, it's still not a huge volume, but it was just on that 15 break. Got up to 1560. Look at Plant guys, boy, Planet Fitness, PLNT. This is very few alerts in my option scanner. So again, if it's in brown, that's an idea to short, and if it's in light blue, it's an idea to go long. Okay, that's how this is color coded. And I see that PST CT also showed up, but it had a bit of a bounce. You were short. Now that's at 104. Okay, let's take a look at Ampex, AMPX. Look at in our YouTube room. AMPX. Let's take a look at it and see what it looks like right now. Yeah, I mean, I don't know where you got in, but 470 may be a bit of support. Well, more to it though. Where would you got in? Even if you'd seen Div, even if you'd seen CCGI or CCG, challenging to know where you're going to get in, where you're going to put your stop. In retrospect, this looks insanely good, right? But understand that this would not have been easy to figure out share size, a stop. None of these are. But it's fun to watch. Yeah, I have to admit, it is definitely fun to watch, but I would have a lot more faith if it were trading, several million. And even then, I mean, it wouldn't be like all in or anything like that. But I mean, with 228,000. I actually tried to take a little. I didn't get a fill. Oh man, now it's halted and could open at 62. I just didn't get the fill I wanted. I was trying to get in at 54 and I didn't get a fill. All right, guys. Guess I'll do my video now. Give me a moment. All right, market looks like it wants to give a lot of this good move up. Another roller coaster day, guy. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, this was a pretty solid move from 10 o'clock until say 12:15. So two hours and 15 minutes. Other than that red bar right there, it was a pretty solid move up. Well, down 9% now, guys. ARM. This is going to put a bit of it, especially if it breaks down through the IPO price. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen today, but 51 is the IPO price. That's going to put a bit of a damper on the CART IPO if it happens tomorrow. I'm sure what those people who are running CART, I'm sure they wish ARM would have stayed up in this area. But if it breaks down, through that IPO price of 51, just as I'm speaking about with it now, so this is a low now, all-time low, because obviously we only have 3 days of data, but this is now an all-time low for ARM. All right, guys, I shall do my video. And the time, 13:19, let's see, 1:29. Okay, guys, so I'm muting myself now. Guys, AAOI on the move here. Some volume coming in. AAOI volume coming in. The next high looking left is 1070. So it's got some room. It wants to run. Boom, guys, it is running now. AAOI. Yeah, so there's corporate trading and there's trade zero. Okay, I would say that center point usually would be the number one. Maybe I don't actually I don't know that. I don't know enough about corporate trading, but those are the three that I when people ask like what brokerages have shorts usually all the time. Now, Patrick, when you say corporate trading, does that mean you have corporate trading and there are shorts available, or you just are you just actually saying, well, that is a company that is similar? Oh, so you do have corporate trading and there are shorts available. Wow. Okay. Trade Zero. Trade Zero is another one that seems to specialize in having shorts. Oh, yeah, I know. I see why you went. Well, I thought that was just okay. You know, what could it have possibly done since I didn't get it at $54? And that's what it did. And I mean, guys, this could hit 100. I'm not, doesn't mean go and buy the stock, but look at that, 87.57. This is a possibility of the where it could open. There you go, trade 25. That's what I was saying. Maybe it's a good thing that there are no shorts available. Absolutely. Because I'm sure all the way up, here or here or here or here. Morning, Todd. Or, yeah, well, morning for me, so I can say that. Afternoon for many. I don't know any. Well, I don't know anything about Trade Zero. I don't think Trade Zero is offshore, but check it out. I think we even have some kind of a deal with them. But I know Andy has been talking to about Trade Zero for a while. But go to their website. I don't think they're offshore, but so getting shorts means okay. Let me see if I can drag something. So here's AAOI, okay? Now this black box you see here is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with Trade Ideas. So it's telling me that there are 1.87 million shares available to sell short, okay? For AAOI. But for now, if you understand what shorting means, I mean, you're basically when you short something, you hope it goes down in price and then you cover at a lower price, and that's how you make your money. As opposed to when you buy something, you hope it goes up and you cut and you sell it at a higher price, and hopefully you make money. Okay, so shorting is just you're just betting on the opposite direction, but your broker has to have shares available to do that. Okay, so for instance, when we look at CCG, so we look at CCG, and you can see this contract will. So there are no shorts available right now. Okay, so that's when now this is only Interactive Brokers. I cannot speak for other brokers. Okay. I'm only when I talk about no shorts available for me, it's only Interactive Brokers. Most brokerages will not have shorts available for this one, on its day, and the first day it's trading as CCG, other than what I'll call the specialized short selling brokers like Centerpoint, Cobra, and maybe Trade Zero. So that's what they means. Okay, so getting shorts means, well, first of all, can you get shorts? Can you get shorts? And your broker usually, well, not usually, it'll tell you if you can short it or not, if there's shorts available to short. Okay, make sense? But if you've never shorted, I mean, it might be. I know people get very. It's misunderstood. I mean, just think of it this way: when you short something, you hope it goes down in price, and then you do what's called cover. You buy the shares at a lower price, and your profit is the difference between where you shorted and hopefully where it went down. The difference, just flipping your head. How when you buy a stock, you hope it goes up in price, and that's your profit wherever you sell it, minus wherever you bought it. If it goes up, that's all it is. There's a little more to it than that, but really, that's all it is. Well, look at CABA here, position and lifetime range. So it's almost at an all-time high, CABA. This has had a nice run. Awful looking weekly chart until maybe you could say on Friday, at least, had a little topping tail, but it broke out of all this. And now a great day today. It has not sold off yet, but it has a history of doing that. Just witness the topping tail. So what does it mean? Even on the daily chart, it means that at one point, look at this day here. Well, I know it's hard to see, but September 5th, at one point the price was up here at 1604 and it closed down here at 13 something. I mean, you got to be careful on the Shaw, okay? With the Trade Zero has zero fees, okay? That's only if you go in at market, as far as I know. Okay, but if you put a limit order, which I think most of us do, you will pay. You better, okay, with Trade Zero. Unless somebody can tell me I'm wrong, and that's fine. But you have to read the fine print with Trade Zero. Unless what you're saying, a minimum 200 share trade, unless you are saying, unless they've changed, and I don't recall them saying that. So maybe it is zero commission as long as you go 200 shares on anything. But I know before, I thought it was very misleading. I mean, the company calls themselves Trade Zero with respect to zero commissions, but it wasn't quite like that. Or look at Clorox or Colgate, sorry, I thought it was Clorox. Now, you would think that Colgate CL is coming into some resistance up here. It is at that daily high, 73.99, but even look above it and it just looks like there's a lot of stuff. Well, ARM is doing they're doing their best to not go down below the low of Thursday. Okay, this one opened. Let's see where it opened. At the CCG. Where did it open? Wow. And basically immediately halted. This will get halted, guys. How can you tell? Look at the spread. A penny that just got halted. And there's no way this is going to be a penny spread. Look at it now, 90 potentially when it opens. $54 looks pretty darn good to me now. Even just taking 50 shares. Now, somebody asked what the float is. I'm not 100% sure. I mean, we don't have any float information on that. I'll go to the website I typically go to see whether or not they've got any float information. No, they don't have any float information either. Public shit, yeah. So, but whatever it is, it's obviously very low. Hey guys, I'm sort of watching this AAOI to see if it reclaims 10. It look promising right now, but probably not. Question is, can I get shorts on it tomorrow? Probably not. I mean, not at I call it a typical brokerage. Again, I just have to, Center Point and Cobra. I don't know what they're charging for shorts, but usually it takes a bit of time before shorts become available for things like that. Now this UPTD could get crazy. I mean, it's another very, very low float. And all I think is that, traders who didn't get into the CCG might be looking at some other crazy one to get into for a bit. I got no shorts available on that one either at Interactive Brokers. At least it's exciting, to watch. I mean, nothing will surprise me. I mean, I said, I somewhat jokingly said you could take out 100, but look at this. Look at the potential open right now, 95. Potential open. Doesn't mean it's going to happen there. All right, guys, I saw this OPFI a little earlier here in the momentum scanner, OPFI. I mean, it's got some room, a little bit of room. And the next high looking left is 270-ish. All right, guys. Well, this ARMX is ripping here now. Sorry, not ARMX. AMRX is ripping now. The next high is 440. If it can take that out, your fantasy level is up here around 480. All right, why don't we just watch this? See if it opens 142.08. What time is it now? So it's obviously not going to be a 5-minute halt. This will be a 10-minute halt. I'm sorry, I don't know when this got halted. Probably immediately. So I would say what 137.30 or so. We just don't have the halt on this, but it's going to be obviously more than a 5-minute halt. Okay, so I hit the post. I was off by a penny. So, um, yeah, so this is going to be at least a 10-minute halt, which would make it 147 plus 29 seconds. This is just entertainment purposes only. I mean, just to see what craziness that this could do. And you were showing this at Trade Ideas, William? You had the halt? It must be the server. I'm on a server that just doesn't react well when a stock opens and then immediately gets halted. Not a big deal, but oh, okay. So I see. Okay, because I think you've said before that even using the halts or zooms with Trade Ideas, you seem to get them when I don't. All right, guys. Well, AAOI is now back over 10. It's been a little bit choppy, but yeah, some topping tails and bottoming tails. So it's a little bit choppy. Now, is this Remax or MAX? No. Okay. So this is a daily reversal, but so it is above the high of Friday, but the next high looking left is 1546. So that's pretty close. If it can take out 1546, maybe not today, but what if it does it tomorrow? It's got some room. 1661 is the next high. Looking left. Okay. Well, we'll see, guys, if this is going to be 10-minute halt. It'll open now. It just opened. And there we go. Look at that. 9,500, 9,500, 9,500, 9,500. Look at that. 95, 56, 99. Did it actually hit 100? Did it actually trade at 100? Yes, it did. It actually traded at 100. Jeez. Was that? Again, entertainment purposes only right now. Oh, it's going to get halted because it's going to get halted. Yeah. You can tell. I mean, something like this that when you see if it's only a spread of one penny, there's no way in the world. Yeah, I don't know what the float is. I mean, I went to Float Checker. They didn't have any information on it, so don't know what the float is. It's going to be insanely low. 4.62. Okay, so not as low as I thought. But look at the volume. The volume is just not even. It's, well, when this rug gets pulled, but I mean, many bets were placed here, 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 and even here. Thank you, William. So 148 plus 21 seconds. All right, guys. Well, Planet Fitness is still moving down, a little bit choppy, but yeah, I do see HYLN. I noticed that one a while back, right? Didn't they have some kind of a deal with? Yeah, I mean, it's got some room, a little bit of room. 156. And if we can get through that, then 171. So good volume, a big float, 124 million in the float for a $1, basically a $1 stock. Old Lumber Liquidators, LL. They don't call themselves that anymore, but LL. Bit of a move here. Unfortunately, chasing it now. Look at that. All right, let's look at this thing to see where it could open. 1348, so 153. More than likely, it's not going to be a 5-minute haul, probably another 10-minute haul. Let's take a look at ZIM from Shady. ZIM, so he's talking about getting long at 11,678 with a 12 cent stop. I can see what he's looking at right there. Breaking out through this and your stop down here. That makes sense. Not that he needs my my blessing, but I can see what he's looking at. And the high was 1203. So with a 12-cent stop, if it got blocked at 12, what would that be? 24. Yeah, so you're right. If this blocks it, you're right on the verge of a 1 for 2. Well, this is still creeping up here, guys. The Colgate CL still creeping up. I'm looking at a potential short, but I mean, this is still creeping up. All right, so 1348. So another 2 minutes or so to see if this comes out of its halt. And look at this, 107. The amazing thing, guys, I mean, this got all the way back down to 84, and I figured, well, that's got to be it. And then, in a heartbeat, the bid ask went up to back over 100 in a heartbeat. All right, guys, Planet PLNT, maybe after that little pop up, maybe it's ready to resume its downward move. PLNT. I don't think there's very much support for it. Okay, this could open in about a minute if it's going to be a 10-minute halt, CCG. And look at this now, 109, 109. I jokingly said 100. Oh, man. All right, let's see what happens, guys. If it opens, it should be opening in about 10 seconds. If it's a 10-minute halt, there it is, less. So that hit 123, right? And now it's going to get, well, let's see. No, not yet. I thought it was going to get halted immediately again, but not quite. Nope, did not trade it. I almost got some. It doesn't matter anymore, but I almost got some at 54, but it ran a little bit on me. So fascinating, though. Good spread, 109, 122. Good spread. Absolutely insane. This is maybe we've seen insanity. This is right up there. This is definitely in the insanity Hall of Fame. And there's your halt again. It's not short. Well, it's not shortable for most brokerages. Okay, I always have to, the caveat is if you got Center Point, if you got Cobra, and maybe Trade Zero, yeah, it might be shortable. Thankfully, it has not been shortable at Interactive Brokers, and I say thankfully because I don't know if I would have tried, but you had like virtually every level has been halted. Yeah, it'll look awesome at some point. I mean, eventually it's not going to keep doing this, but where 50, 56, 71, 83, 100. What do you mean you're stuck with 20 shares, Brian, and you can't sell? I don't understand. Okay, guys, Joby make going over 7 now. Been a little choppy guy today, but it's oh, I see. You can't sell. Yeah, well, you're right. What did you get in at, Brian? Price wise? It's not an IPO. Well, not no. Technically, no. It's a SPAC. If you don't know what a SPAC is, you can look it up. SPAC. That's the acronym. Basically, well, this is. I can't find it anymore. What is that one? I keep wanting to see. UP what? UPLD. It's not UPLD. You can see. I mean, it looks like it. Thank you, UPTD. Thank you. I can't believe. So, for instance, this one is a SPAC, UPTD, and still don't know. I think there might be some news on who they're going to merge with. Not sure. I haven't seen any recent information about them. But this is a SPAC. Okay, so all they're doing, they've got money in this company. Investors that put money in here, and they're just looking for a company to merge with and take public. It's a simpler way. Some might say a little sketchy way of going public without having to go through all the forms. I mean, there's still obviously things you have to do, but it's just sort of an easier way to go public. TSE, you guys have been talking about TSE. Here's another DTalk. Let's see if no, okay, DTalk or sorry, TSE. DTalk, let's see what's happening with this one. How many shares? Not very many shares yet, 54,000 on the halt. DTOC, and guess what? There you go. So here's another one, guys. This is another blank check company, commonly known as a SPAC, SPAC. Okay, so I don't know if they have announced who they're supposed to merge with or going to try to merge with. But you see, what's happening now is that traders are looking at SPACs now that have not merged with anybody yet because there are a lot of us who are not in CCG. So they're looking for another one that might do something crazy. So this one, let's see where it could open. So this is where this one could open. So here's your halt, 1567, and here's the potential of the open, 22. And again, super low volume. So goods, are you talking? Is that what it is? VBLT and DTOC? No. Okay. This actually might. I mean, other than the that HKD, this might this might be the one, guys. 140 falling under the category. Just when you think you've seen it all, something else happens. I mean, we saw this one. We talked about this one earlier. We knew it was a SPAC that turned into the CCG, but holy smokes. Had I known it was China, it's possible I would have taken, just a few shares down here in this area. I didn't know it was China though until I really saw the headlines. Ooh. Meanwhile, it's hard to concentrate on, well, and for me anyway, on anything else other than just kind of watching in amazement. So CABA, this did show up on my option scanner, 1870, 1887 now. I think here's another one, guys. This is another acquisition company, another SPAC, Rose. We've seen this one in the past. This got up to some crazy. Wow, that looked pretty crazy, right? 20, but it's nothing compared to CCG. And this is another. So this is what's happening. Traders around the world are trying to find some crazy thing to really, highly, highly speculate in because of what happened in the past. Have they said anything about who they're looking to merge with? Now, these SPAC became very popular, I would say, back in around 2018. That's 5 years ago. It doesn't seem that long ago. And, there had been a handful of very, here we go, another halt coming up. Oh, maybe not. But Space was a SPAC, I believe, SBCE. I think that was one of the first ones. Oh, look at rum now, guys. RUM. Getting creamed here. $100 move, right? Well, as you guys know, I had one like that. Looked into it many, many, many years ago. Well, Brian, you better be out now. I mean, but it's halted again. All right, guys. Now, Bud, listen, Bud. This showed up on my topping, and the price, and it was at 57.43. So big level for it to try to take out. If it does, I'll probably take this short. There could be room down to 57.29. And that's for Bud. I've got to see what, and the market is, in our favor for a potential short. A little bit in our favor. It's not, well, it's not moving higher. How's that? Killed on your paper short. I'll bet you are. Halted? Is this halted? Not yet. I'm surprised this is not halted. It's not moving very much. Talking about the rose. Another one. I mean, look at the volume. Just not that much. Wow, now then it moved. Ooh. Well, look at rum. Not very many shares to short for rum. Next low looking left, just underneath 6. Ooh, Caba. I'm not in it. I'm not in Caba. CABA, kind of a nice one from the, I mean, it hasn't moved a huge amount. 1870 is what I'm talking about. There was the first alert for Caba at 2 o'clock Eastern time, 1870. And it's up to 1898 right now. Yeah, you're right. There are 12,000 shares for Rose. Okay, Kitty. Give me a moment. Nicely done, Shady, on your COSM. I see your COSM just made another new high, COSM. Guys, I mean, Joby is making a little bit of a move. JOBY, it is making a little bit of a move. I mean, it did have some news earlier, investing something like 500 million. I don't know where they're getting the money, but 500 million dollars in I think it's an Ohio plant company to build air taxi production in a plant in Ohio. But I think I saw that they need 100 million or 500 million. Plan to invest up to 500 million. I'm not sure where they're getting their money from. I know they've got some kind of a deal with one of the major airlines. I can't remember if it's Delta or American. I don't think it's United. Yeah, it's all the up to. It's like the share buybacks. We were going to buy back up to 30 million. Again, that could be from 0 to 30 million. Because why have we become so cynical? Well, there you go. So Joby's got 1.195 billion on their balance sheet. Wow. Okay. Well, I guess they can afford half a billion to build the plant. Hopefully you got out goods of the Rose. May not be over, but how's this Colgate doing? CL. Looking at this as a potential, just hanging around though. Well, I should take a snapshot of this and post it on my wall. 161 now, 180 potential open. There's the planet making a new high now. Not quite 20 minutes. It got halted. Looks like it got halted at 2:03:08. So 20 minutes, of course, will be 2:23:08. We're at 2:21 right now. Again, look at this, 24 potential open. Well, this is a little bit of excitement today. So there's the CCG. What did it do? Open at 181. Sure, why not? Just hit $200. All right, guys. Well, if you're new to all this and you're wondering why, don't. Okay, don't. There's no rhyme or reason for this. I mean, it's a very low float China uh, s- company. It was a SPAC before, up until Friday, and then it started trading as CCG this morning. Boy, this has been a long halt. Yeah, this is now turning into over a 20-minute halt. This is the first halt also. I wonder if the commission is going, you know what? We got to put a stop to this. I don't know. I'm showing 218. Maybe it flashed earlier at 260. I'm showing now 216 for CCG. At some point, this is just going to have a horrific collapse, but congrats to anybody who was able to get even just, 20 or 30 shares. I mean, it doesn't take much. All right, guys. Well, while we're waiting for this thing to open, it is now 2:25. William says he will be able to keep the room open till 4. I'll be taking off around 3. I'll always stay later if there are questions. And when I take off, the screen sharing will go, and obviously I won't be on the mic, but William will keep the room open until 4 o'clock. You guys can keep talking amongst yourselves. And what I'll do for the YouTubers, I'll put the trading room link in if you do want to head over to the main room. If you hadn't had enough of all this today. Okay, I just put my homepage link in. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll find. You'll find a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Barry 15 for 15% off the first month only. After that, you'll pay the normal monthly. But if you do want an annual, I can get you a better promo of 25%. You just have to let me know. You have to do the get started. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. New to trading, trading 101. That's how it'll tell you how to trade things like CCG. I am kidding, of course. Stock of the day video. Well, I guess I should have done it on CCG. And here we go. Education. There's a big education section right here. Trade of the week, you can sign up for it. It's yeah, I mean, it's been, I don't know what I would do with the trade. This is up to you, of course, but it is Groupon, GRPN. It did actually trigger. The suggestion was to take it if it hit 13. So it has hit 13. How you trade it will be up to you. And then my scans. So where would you have seen CCG? Well, the only place I have seen it is in the Halts Resumes, but okay, so that's the Halts Resumes. There's the momentum scan right there. Momo is right there. Abnormal option activity is right up here. What I use in the pre-market actives up and down. So a lot of scans are here. You can take a look at them at any point. If you ever want to see what a scan is looking for that I've got, all you have to do is load the scan and then right click on configure, and then summary. This is going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. You, of course, if you want, you can make modifications. If you don't like the price range or something else, you can either get rid of a filter or add one that you like, or you just take it the way it is. So, as always, if you are going to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you would save my homepage link. And at some point in the future, you do want to take out a subscription, use my homepage link, use that promo code. This helps the room immensely. We're trying to keep the room free. This is a free room, but there is an expense, obviously, to have a room free. So how the company likes to see, of course, if you take out subscriptions, then they know what my promo code is, and they say, okay, well, the room's working. Well, that's all I ask. If you at some point, if you do decide to take out a subscription, just use my homepage link and my promo code. Well, Luca, all you have to do is unsubscribe and then subscribe again. Then you can use my promo code. And of course, I'm kidding. Luca says he signed up for Trade Ideas before he found the room. I'm just kidding, of course. Or am I? Okay, guys. Well, again, the UPTD has got history. The UPTD does have some history, but tread lightly. The next high looking left is 1477. Oh, man. I'm really interested to see where this detox. Well, first of all, if it does open, it's going to open, but it's been halted now for a long time. Oh, Speak of opening, it just opened. Now this looks like it's going to get halted immediately. Look at the spread, a penny, almost a telltale sign it's going to get halted. There you go. So, any questions? Yeah, UPTD guys. I mean, it's just because it's got the history, the history being when was this day? So first of oh, this month. Yeah, first of September. You know what, guys? I actually shorted Bud, but I'm getting out of it. It's just not moving. Basically, I shorted it right, around the 13. Sorry, the 57.50 mark. Just not moving. So I think I just turfed it. Yes. I don't know if you can hear my little clap, but got one. Finally, got one. You can see. All right. Well, let's see. Oh, definitely. These are all casino plays. Somebody's in our YouTube room. Brian saying, "Feel like you're in Vegas." Yeah, these are just what I call casino. Excuse me, casino plays. Now, the huge difference between this one, DTOC, and a CGC is this is still a SPAC. Okay, doesn't mean it can't go crazy like it already has, but the CGC is now a company, whereas this is still a SPAC looking for somebody to merge with. Yeah, I mean, none of this is really trading one-on-one, guys. I mean, it's very difficult to share size, but I just put a stop in. But All right, where could this open? Now the collapse. Now the massive collapse. Look at this. 200, 138. Guys, sorry about that. I'll be right back. Here's another one, guys. Another one, probably CFFE, more than likely. CFFE is probably another one of these SPACs. Of course it is. So you can see what's happening. They're going wild right now. Oh, I actually thought this might have been a SPAC, another SPAC, yeah, GPCR, but it is not. Well, there was no defined time when this will come out. Okay, I mean, most of the time they're 5 minute halts, but of course today with these ones, I mean, the detox seem to be about a 25-minute halt. So there's no, I can't say it's going to come out. Right now it's a 20-minute halt. So it might be 25, could be. Usually they're multiples of five, but I can't say, okay, it's definitely going to come out in 2:45. No. And there it is. So it just came out. CCG just came out and collapse. Yeah, now 122 could get halted immediately again. Well, hopefully anybody who was fortunate enough to get in down here is took your profits and have run away. Yeah, it just got halted again on the way down. So I mean, again, easy come, easy go, guys. When the detox resumed, DTOC now, because of what just happened, you might see some big collapses soon. Meanwhile, guys, Kava, which I did not take, was a very, very nice one. Not a rocket ship like the other ones, but look at Kava, 1870, and then now it at 1911 on the option activity scan. This has been a nice trend. I mean, hardly any pause, but not giant green candles. It's wonderful to be in one and you get a giant green candle, but you better plan to sell pretty soon because that usually is not going to last. But this has been fairly orderly. Only a couple of red candles, some very, very small ones. Nothing really to whip you out of your position. Whoa, what a day. Turned into what a day anyway. This is almost an all-time high for CABA, CABA. I don't know where the all-time high is, but you can see we're at, 98%. Remember it's a range, so it's at the top within almost at an all-time high. I'd have to check on a monthly chart to see what the actual all-time high is. And it's right over here. You can see right there. There's that red line right across. So there's the all-time high is 1963 for CABA. This is something to watch tomorrow to see, what happens. See if it takes out that all-time high and keeps moving. This has been on a tremendous run for the last, wow, talk about a tremendous run. I mean, October of 2022, 71 cent stock. So in about a year, up to 19. But it's hard. You could have held it up to here, and then you would have definitely bailed on most on that month right there. But still, I would have been a 10 bagger. What do they do? I mean, hey, this might hit take out that high today. 1963. That's right. I remember. You're right, Blue, in our YouTube room. I remember seeing this morning. $39 price target for from 14, raising it from 14 to 39 by Wells Fargo. That was Cava this morning. You're not saying that I think it's going to. I'm just saying. I mean, there's your next high looking left. So, well, I shouldn't say your next high. That is the all time high at around 1973. So, might happen tomorrow. Might not happen ever. Oh, yeah, so, no, I don't think anything. I mean, seriously, I'm just saying, I wasn't looking at the ATR. ATRs, you can kind of throw them out when you get, a frenzy. DTOC open, boy, and it's not slowing down. So it's like everybody bailing on CCG and putting it in this one now. Okay, now this one just resumed, CFFE, and another one is just, oh, craziness. This is gonna get halted also. You can just see, you get a spread of 1 penny in these wild ones, and you just know it's gonna get halted. And if you're saying, well, but you couldn't get it. If you tried to get it at 1750, even though it hadn't been officially halted, you would not have got it. You would not have got it. You would not have got it. But look at I mean, look at the volume on this. Well, guys, I'm getting set to wrap up my time at around 3 o'clock Eastern. Are there any questions? This is sort of another SPAC. I mean, it doesn't say blank check, but I believe it may as well be another SPAC, kind of. And that is SCM. Yeah, I saw that this morning, Ori, on the Tilray. Yeah, now Tilray is sitting right on its 200-day moving average. And they basically slammed obscuring losses by issuing shares instead of recording cash expenses, structurally unprofitable Canadian cannabis player, diluting shareholders into oblivion. That's their opinion, of course. I'm sure that, but they also talked about. They also were saying how there's this unreal expectation in October that all is going to be rosy in this sector. That's Kerrisdale's opinion, of course. So I've sort of abandoned my bouncers and toppers, not because I'm not wanting to see, but I mean there's just too much other stuff going on. So I mean this would be maybe interesting if the market weren't doing this. So the alert came in at 63.19, so it's only 10 cents above. And it has, a little bit of room to get, fantasy area way up here. But look what the market's doing. So to try to play a bounce when the market is doing this is, nothing I want to do. Look at Plant now, guys. Planet Fitness just getting unfit, PLNT. So a nice continuation after Friday's turfing the CEO. Yep. Look at the SPY. Yeah, so this is probably going to be the biggest red candle of the day now. Big sell off. See, that's why I got out of the bud. The bud did not move, and the market was sort of drifting down a little bit, and it just did not want to move. Okay, guys. Well, I'm done. I'm definitely not going to do any trades. So for the YouTubers who want to head over to our main room, if you want to keep talking about trading and stuff, This is the trading room link. Because I'll be shutting down. I have to shut down YouTube completely. The other room will remain open until 4 o'clock. Not with myself on the mic. No, I have an alert for some reason for this NDW. And oh, okay. This was an IPO, I guess, maybe a SPAC. turned into NWGL. This is on the 12th last week. But again, I'm not taking any trades now. This is another, this is this nature wood, right? This is another China stock, guys. Another China stock. So look out. The high is right up here at 1435. Whoa, look at Peloton, guys. PTON all-time low now. Wow. It's unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, this was a $300 stock. I mean, it shouldn't have been, but maybe not a 300. Sorry, 170. Sorry, got carried away. It was a $170 stock at the height of the pandemic, I guess. I see ads for their bikes have been slashed in Canada. Well, I'm sure everywhere, but in Canada, just slashed. Okay, guys, I think this is it for me. Again, if you have any questions, I'll hang around. But if there are no questions, I will shut down YouTube. I'll stop my screen sharing here, and I'll get off the mic, of course. So I don't see any questions. So for the YouTubers, I have given you the link to get into the room if you want. Otherwise, we'll see you guys tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time.